New game. Start from the beginning. Plain English. Start game with this. Yeah. Here we go. Oh, what's this? This is new. Investigation QTEs. Difficulty setting for QTEs that occur during investigation. Standard. Somnium is standard. Way to spoil game. Oh, it's the same. Okay. February 10th, A Strange Tale. Converge Chapter 0. Okay. It's the same loading screen. What the? It's Boss!
Where am I?
Ryuki.
You okay, Ryuki?
Oh god. Her model has been updated a little bit.
All right, let's keep going. Next question. In Indian mythology, what is the name of the half-god, half-beast spirits that imbibe sense and are known for their musical ability?
Would you like to view the tutorial? Sure. Inspecting people and objects will progress the story. You can freely move the cursor and camera. First, look around and set the cursor on objects that interest you. Yeah, so it's just like the first game. Okay. Door? A door. Oh, there it is. The auto's there. Okay, nice. It's the same. Hold on, can we press tab? Access many functions such as file, flowchart, and options from this menu. This game has an autosave, but you can also save the game whenever you want. If you want to exit the game, you can go back to the title screen from the top menu located at the bottom left. Okay. Oh, this is very different. Change Tama's costume. Receive life counseling? What? Hold on, though. Did it say flowchart? Worried about life? Yes. This is Tama's room. You can communicate with Tama, ask for life advice, or dress her in different clothes. Costumes added. Kimono set, monochrome set, 5-pattern t-shirt, B horror movie set. An experienced AI will give you advice.
Worried about work? Hi. Oh, wow, she's like Aiba. Okay. That's right, I'm a student. No, I'm unemployed. That's right. Ah. Is it all mental?
I'm unmotivated. I want more energy. No, I hate it all. How do I feel about work? I'm unmotivated.
Sheesh. I will hit you with a whip. Stick your butt out. Here I go. Yeah. Yeah. Slappity slap. See? You more motivated now?
No?
Maybe it motivated you in another way, but...
Is that Iva? I hope something good comes from all of this. Dress? You can change your outfit here. The change outfits will apply in clear chapters. Wait, whoa. In cleared chapters. Different outfits will be added to the bonus menu as you level up your evaluation class. You can purchase. They can be purchased using eyeballs.
It's fine. Dress me as you please.
Girl. Okay.
Come, I will be your opponent. Come, I will be your opponent. This white part, you can paint it whatever color you want.
I see.
This is the face I make when Ryuki blows his nose with a 10,000 yen note. This is how the four of them reacted when they found out Abyss is getting a finished sauna. This makes me feel like summer is coming to an end.
Okay. Uh-huh. Head.
Shark movies aren't really horror. They're basically their own genre.
Can you... You can't rotate her around, okay?
It's a mask that makes you want to run a death game for 9 people.
Oh, that's so cool! It's the 999 mask. I love it.
It's a mask that makes you want to run a death game for 9 people. Yeah, looks good.
Okay. You don't have costumes for this category. You can get costumes in the bonus menu by trading eyeballs. I see. I didn't mean to do this.
Yeah, looks good.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay. I hope something good comes from all of this.
I hope something good comes out of all this.
Yes. Though, I could teach you something that feels good.
And that's supposed to be what? Evaluation. What is this? You can check your evaluations by performing certain actions during the story. Achievements will be unlocked and your inspector rank will go up. Higher rank earns better prizes. Okay. Achievement evaluation obtained. So there's four. Okay, all right. There's 48 achievements. Flowchart. Flowchart would allow you to check the flow of the story and branching points. This will be populated with chapters as you progress through the story. When you see a chapter from the destination point, you can jump to different points in the story. Okay. Files. Oh, this hasn't changed. They just added 2 books. Files will allow you to check key terms and information. This will be populated as you progress through the story. Oh, person 6 years ago. Hey. Oh. Wait, 6 years ago? Trivia? Okay. I can give you a recap in a bit, Barbos. I wish I'd have did that before the game started, though. I didn't think about that. Big cameras. A camera. Oh god, this camera moves so much faster than the other one. A monitor. Boss. When viewing a person, options and look will display. By choosing a topic from options, you can talk to them. By choosing look, you can observe the person. Yeah. A monitor. A signboard.
That's the answer button for the quiz.
Tama? That's her eyeball form?
Why don't you press it?
Tama, you mean this button?
Yeah. You'd better hurry, or the other teams are gonna answer before you.
Why does her ball form have boobs? From the log on the bottom right of the screen, you can check your conversation log. Okay. Boss. Where am I?
What? You're joking, right? What are you talking about?
What am I doing here?
Just press the button already. You see that button on the table, right? Push it and you get to answer the question.
Move the camera around the try pressing the answer button on top of the table. Yeah. What was the question again?
In Indian mythology, what is the name of the half-god, half-beast spirits that imbibe sense and are known for their musical ability? If you know the answer, spit it out.
Boss. Okay.
There we go! Team Popo was the quickest. And your answer is?
In Indian mythology, what is the name of the half-god, half-beast spirit that imbued sense and are known for their musical ability? You can place the... Gran Harva. Harva. A centaur? No, it's not a centaur. Is it a centaur? I know centaurs are Greek mythology, but I do know that some of them play music. Dante?
Huh?
What?
The answer is Gandharva. Okay, let's keep going then, shall we? Next question. Are you familiar with the new Cyclops serial killings?
What?
What?
No, not you, Mr. Ryuki.
What the?
This question is for that person on the other side.
Okay.
Who was that?
What? Why ask about that?
Hurry now, your answer, please.
This show.
This is the Face-to-Face Special, a 6-hour quiz show live stream marathon. Have you forgotten?
6 hours? 6 hours? Can I hear the question again?
The question is whether or not you're familiar with the new Cyclops serial killings. Easy, right?
Yeah, I guess. I guess. What a strange quiz.
You think so? Seems like a normal quiz to me.
I thought I heard a voice just now.
Yes.
Yes.
What? That's it? That's all you're gonna say? The new Cyclops serial killings.
The questions in this quiz aren't aimed at you, Ryuki. They're for you. On the other side.
I don't understand what you're saying.
Okay. They did add jiggle physics. Devs add in the important stuff.
Oh, and Team Popo presses the button. You must be ready to answer. But before you do, I want you to take this question very seriously. The new Cyclops serial killings, the incident in which many victims got their eye gouged out in murder. Are you or are you not familiar with it?
This will determine if we can dig into the details of that incident in the coming 6 days.
The
In other words, we're asking if we can give you spoilers for the first game.
But don't worry. Even if you don't know anything about it, it won't affect how you progress through this game.
The Cyclops serial killings and what you're about to experience, they have nothing to do with each other. Promise.
Okay.
So please, just tell me honestly. Are you familiar with the new Cyclops serial killings?
I'm not.
Thank you. I'm glad you answered truthfully. There are all sorts of things in this world you're better off not knowing after all.
Did
you hear that sound? That means the next question will be the last.
No!
Are you ready? A precognitive dream is a dream that lets you see the future. But these precognitive dreams, are they really, truly real?
What the? What is going on? Okay. What?
It can't be.
What's wrong?
Uh.
Are you okay?
So, okay. Why is everyone getting split in half? Okay. What the heck? Now we're in a stadium? Hey, it's Mizuki. What happened to her eye, though?
Be careful, Mizuki. I've detected a biological response. 3 o'clock, distance of 315 feet, in the middle row of seats.
It's Aiba. Uh-oh. Oh. Dun. Dun. During the story with the power of Aiba, you can gain special visual information. Right now, you can zoom. You can use zoom and night vision mode functions. Select a night vision icon to inspect the enemy in the audience seat.
What the? Are they really gonna shoot us without warning like that?
It would have been stranger if they announced their intentions first.
Who's the target? Where are they? It's too dark and they're too far away.
Calm down, Mizuki. You can use my functions.
Functions?
Remember your training?
Oh, right.
Oh, she's had training. Okay. Night vision.
Iva, zoom in. Night vision mode.
Roger that.
There they are. Okay.
I don't see anyone.
I can't click on them. X-ray.
Use the X-ray next.
Understood.
There they are.
Found you. Who is that?
Identity unknown. Judging from their figure, they appear to be female.
Ah, so she's jealous, huh? I bet that's it. Why else would another girl target me?
You can't think of any other reason?
Well, sure, but I'm really cute, you know? That's why other girls don't like me much.
I am fairly certain that has more to do with your personality. Mizuki, load Evolver with a stun grenade round.
Stun grenade
You
round.
should be able to knock your opponent unconscious by detonating it near them.
Got it.
Wait, she has an evolver? Okay. Oh, she has a different gun.
It's ready.
I will display the aim in reticle. Take aim and pull the trigger.
Uh-oh.
On it.
The QTEs are different too.
What's with this girl?
She's gone.
Where did she go now?
Detecting the target's footsteps. They seem to be heading toward the stadium exit.
Ugh. Can't let them get away.
Mizuki, wait. Even you won't be able to catch up to them. More importantly...
Is that a dead body?
There's something there.
Yes.
It's half a body.
Hey, that's...
You recognize him?
Yeah, I'm sure of it. I'll never forget. It's...
Is that Renju?
the left half of his body.
Who?
His name is Jin Furue. I remember it clearly. 6 years ago, at Studio Devaita. The right half of his body.
What the? 6 years ago. What the? That was a...
Ryuki, what's wrong? Pull yourself together.
Boss, where am I?
Don't tell me you were sleeping. Who falls asleep in the middle of a live stream?
Wait, what? Okay, Iris, Mizuki, Moma.
Mr. Ryuki, you're working under Boss, right? Boss, have you been giving him vacation time?
She's probably working him to the bone on his off hours, too.
I resent that. That is not true. I just have him scrape the stratum corneum off my heels every once in a while. Hey, Ryuki. Are you sure you're all right?
Oh, yeah.
All right, now that Mr. Ryuki is away, let's get back to it, shall we? Here we go. Next question.
Why are we on a game show?
Which Taoist symbol, shaped like interlocking black and white commas, represents the origin of all things?
What the?
What was that?
Blackout?
What are you standing around for? Get the lights.
Yeah, I'm on it.
Something got dropped. Fray to free. What the? Wait, was this around the time, like, after the first game? Present. Please tell me Kagami's in this. Oh, boss is here. Empty seats. A holographic boundary line. It displays... It's a display board showing lap times.
It's snowing, but it hasn't piled up yet.
Yeah.
By the way, Mizuki, there is something that has been bothering me.
What's this?
This is the field before law enforcement arrived. Notice anything peculiar?
No.
No,
Nothing in particular.
no blood?
The turf runs a considerable distance and is wet from the snow. If someone were to step on it, they would leave a trace.
Oh, that's true.
However,
There's no
There
footprints.
aren't any footprints.
indeed,
Then how did the body...
unknown. Perhaps they descended from the sky, or rose up from the ground. Or they teleported here.
teleported?
I was joking. Do not take it seriously.
She's right, though. There's no footprints. And it's in the middle of the field. It is weird. There isn't a trace of any disturbance on the field, so how did the body get here? An evidence marker. Detective. Oh, wow, we actually get to see another detective. Wow. Find anything?
Oh, no. I just started investigating, really.
Wait, is it the same voice actor of the cop in the first game? Aren't you cold?
Nah. The lining has heating wires in it, so I'm warm. Oh, thank you for the concern, though.
Yo, we actually got to see his eyes. We never got to see his eyes in the first game. About the body.
Weird, though, isn't it? He got killed 6 years ago, but the body shows up now?
What's also weird is that he got killed 6 years ago, yet half of his body is still perfectly composed. It didn't rot at all. Like, a cop from this jurisdiction. Ask his name.
Wow, I'm honored that you'd ask. My name is Kagami.
Kagami, huh? It's nice to meet you, Kagami.
Wait. Is this the same Kagami? Because it's a different voice actor. Ask his name.
It's Kagami.
Ask his name.
Kagami.
Ask his name.
I told you it's Kagami!
Ask his name. I know his name already. I don't think I need to ask again. Ask his name. I already know his name. I don't need to ask again. Ask his name. His name is... what is it again? Ask his name.
Hey, what's your name again? Hey! Hello? I know you can hear me, Kagami.
So you do know my name.
Do you recognize the body?
Of course, ma'am. It's Jin Furroway. I don't think there's anyone in our generation who wouldn't recognize him. He was famous until he passed away. Well, even after he died.
And 6 years ago, I was part of that investigation too.
Were you at the studio by any chance?
You don't remember? We did talk for a bit.
Sorry, don't remember. You don't leave much of an impression. In a good way.
In a good way?
What? That's... You can't take that in a good way. That's... What? By the way, what's with the ma'am?
Abyss is a high-level organization in the police department. You do technically outrank me, ma'am.
Huh. Really? But you don't need to worry about the formalities with me.
What? For real? I can be casual with you?
Do you want to get your ass kicked?
Sorry. Sorry, ma'am.
An inspector is checking something. How's the investigation going?
I've finished gathering DNA samples. It's being sent to forensics now. I'm sure the results will be out shortly.
Okay. Hey, Derp. Hello. You're...
What? You really don't know? I'm Detective Ushidera, Special Investigations Office.
What
LPD.
what is this face? What is that mustache? Introduce myself.
I don't even have to ask about you. You're Mizuki Okira, 18 years old. A high schooler attending Sakiba High. The all-girls school, right? Ah, but Okira is your former name. You've been adopted by Date, if I remember correctly. You were at the studio when the other half of the corpse was found.
So I take it you were there too?
Yeah. Back then I was on the investigation team. Though you were 12 at the time, so I can't blame you for not remembering me. I heard you became a special agent at Abyss. That boss lady got her claws in you, huh? This little girl gets hired as an investigator. Huh. Guess they'll take anyone they can get. Times sure have changed.
Abyss is a particularly special organization. Mizuki was hired via what might be referred to as extra-legal measures.
Extra legal measures. Is he wearing lipstick too? I don't know. But it's confirmed it's been 6 years since the first game. Okay. Know anything?
I should be asking you. You're the one who discovered the body, right? You were also at the studio 6 years ago when the other half was found. Quite a coincidence, don't you think?
What are you trying to say?
Why did you come here?
I got a Nile message. It said, HB Stadium. That could only be referring to the case 6 years ago, right?
The half-body serial killings.
Half
I
body.
need to know more about that case. Changed my life. Forever. So that's why I came.
Wait. The half-body serial killings changed her life forever. Regarding Mizuki's smartphone, if it gets reception, I can connect to any network. I can make calls and send and receive messages on Nile. Mizuki says, I don't want to know about my private life. If I leave my eyes closed, you won't be able to see it. Right, Iba? Which is why she still carries her smartphone around. Okay. Iba trivia. Okay. During investigations, Iba and Tama talk. The trivia and additional information will be displayed on the top of the screen. Oh, okay. This is just a bonus feature, so you don't need to read it to progress the game. Oh, wow. Oh, okay. Okay. She said this changed her life. It changed her life? About the Nile message.
Who sent the message?
I don't know. It was sent from an account that signed up with a fake name. Someone must have wanted me to discover the body.
Someone?
Maybe the culprit.
Why would the culprit do that to you?
I don't know.
There is one more thing we don't know. The masked woman who shot at us earlier. Who could this person of interest be? And why did she try to kill you?
That's true. Any leads?
Haven't found anything yet, though there is something I didn't find that's particularly interesting.
The footprints.
Bingo. There isn't a single footprint on the field that doesn't belong to someone here. So just how did the culprit do it?
Yeah. No helicopter either. I mean, you would need some kind of... I don't know. Any leads? There isn't a trace of any disturbance on the field, so how did the body get here? He's a detective called Yushi... What was it? Yushidira? Okay. This is where the spectators enter. Boss, she's my direct superior now. About Dante.
Why? What is it?
Well, I was just wondering if he contacted you or anything.
I would have let you know right away if he did. Dante was caught in that explosion 6 years ago.
And has been missing ever since.
What?
Dante's body was never recovered from the scene. Don't worry. I am positive it would take more than that to kill Kaname Date. I am certain he's at the Hot Springs District in Atami or someplace, spending his time in leisure.
If he is, I'd go down there and drown him in that boiling water myself.
Aiba trivia. Dante is an Abyss special agent who lived with Mizuki until 7 years ago. He's Mizuki's adopted father. Back then, I was Dante's partner on investigations. I nested in Dante's left eye socket. Ever since the explosion... Wait, you can pause it? Oh, you can pause it. 6 years ago, he's been missing. So Dante's been missing for 6 years. Okay. Why are you here?
You do know I'm the commander of Abyss, right?
Right, but that's why I'm asking. Isn't it a bit weird for you to be at a crime scene in person?
This case is special. I saw it too, 6 years ago. The other half of the corpse.
At Studio Devita.
And the HB case is still open, even after all this time. The reputation of the whole department hangs on this case.
By HB case, she is referring to the half-body serial killings.
Wait, that means that
So
there's...
named because the victims' bodies were cut in two.
That means that he's not the only one.
The culprit is known as Terror. Their identity is unknown. 6 years have passed since Terror first made themselves known, but we have yet to find any promising leads.
I already know that. You don't have to explain it.
Yeah, so that means there's more than one victim. Regarding Terror, Terror has two meanings. Terror as in tears when you cry, and the other tear means to rip something. The culprit of the half-body case is more a reference to the latter. By adding at the end of a tear, we get terror. Yeah. How is the body preserved after 6 years? I asked the exact same question. Will you let me investigate this case?
Of course. Not.
What? Why not?
Because you're only 18, Mizuki. You're still a student at Sekiba High.
But I barely even go now. I graduate in a month. I hardly have any classes left.
The point is, you're still a student.
Then why did you let me join Abyss?
Because I thought you had potential as a sinker.
I assume your gargantuan strength and combat ability were a factor as well.
but you're basically still an intern. You've only been training for about a month. It's way too early to put you in the field.
Okay. I want to be on this case no matter what.
Yeah, I thought you'd say that.
Please, boss. I have to. This case is...
Can you not give me the puppy dog eyes? You know I'm weak to the puppy dog eyes. Fine. But promise me one thing. Swear to me that you won't do anything dangerous or illegal, no matter what.
Yeah, I swear, I swear!
Then one more thing. I am your superior. You should address me with a little more respect.
10-4, boss man. I read you loud and clear.
Do you?
Yeah, this is so weird. Who's the other victim, too? Alright, corpse's body.
I will get the more shocking facts out of the way first.
Yes.
The estimated time of death is approximately 9 hours ago.
What? How? How's it 9 hours ago if this is the other half of his body when he was killed 6 years ago?
What? 9 hours ago?
It is currently 9 o'clock, so that would mean he was killed around 12.
Wait. Hold on. 6 years ago,
Hold that thought. There's more. As you can see, the body was cut in two. There are no other external wounds on the body. It appears that he was sliced in half while he was still alive.
Okay. Sliced in half while still alive. That's great.
As for what was used to cut him, I am sorry, but that cannot be determined.
What do you mean?
Judging by the cross-section, it is clear that it was not a blade. It could not be a laser or pressurized water either.
Then what was it?
As I said, I do not know. The body was cut at the molecular level.
Cut at the molecular level.
There is hardly any blood left in the body. It could be speculated that the corpse was left with the cut section facing the ground. However, there are no traces of any blood flow on the ground. Therefore, it is clear that he was murdered at some other location.
He was murdered somewhere else? Okay. His body was cut at the molecular level 9 hours ago. X-ray.
Would you like to check the corpse with X-ray mode?
Yes.
Yeah. It's unlikely, but maybe the right half of the body is buried in the ground.
You could simply flip the body over.
No way. I don't want to see that cut. Especially not down there.
In that case, how's this?
Thanks. I see now. That body is definitely just the left half.
I think that down there part should be the least of your worries. Is there anything else to click on? There's a giant monitor here. Wait. The stadium lights. Why was that so finicky to click on? I can see the skeleton of the body's left half. Okay. Okay. There's something I'm missing. There's a soccer goal here. Empty seats. What am I missing? Hey, Hot Loop. Okay. What am I missing? Yeah. The track? No. The entrance? No. I'm missing something.
Hey, listen.
Yo, Grizzly, thanks so much for the raid. Thank you, thank you. X-ray of the body? I did multiple times. Oh, the face. Oh.
That's definitely Jin Furoe.
Yeah. The same face we saw 6 years ago at Studio DeVita.
Okay.
Jin was a young industrialist. He was quite famous and often made media appearances. This cannot possibly be a stranger who happens to look like him.
6 years ago, Jin Furoe's body was discovered in Studio DeVita. And now, his left half was found here at the stadium. And yet his time of death is 12 o'clock today, which means that half his body was alive very recently.
Alive?
What the hell is going on? My brain is doing cartwheels trying to figure this out.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's Iba.
Iba?
Hold on, did Iba just appear?
Yeah.
Wait, let me put my earphones in.
Can you hear me, boss?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Sorry for the delayed introduction, but I am Iba. I'm an artificial intelligence called an AI ball. I'm a high-tech AI eyeball, and I'm also Mizuki's partner. I'm usually placed in Mizuki's left eye socket, but I can also appear in her vision. This image is sent directly to Mizuki's brain via her nervous system. That unfortunately means that only Mizuki can truly appreciate my beauty. She's also the only one who can hear me. However, by using a special pair of earphones, others can hear me, but still not see me. Okay. Oh, you could speed it. Oh, okay. Alright, interesting. When did Mizuki get rid of her eyeball, though? That's what I want to know. It looks like Iba is standing there. What if the body was frozen?
There are no signs of him ever having been frozen. That half body was definitely alive until just recently.
That half body was alive until just recently? What if Jin has a twin brother?
I looked into Jin Furoe's family background. Not only did he not have a twin, but there is no record of him ever having siblings.
No siblings? What if he's still alive with just the left half? What if he was still alive with just the left half?
What?
I mean, the heart is in the left half of the body.
I get it. You think they might have sewn the body back together?
No, there are no traces of that. And, were you two being serious? You do realize the cerebrum, brainstem, and spinal cord were completely severed in two?
Okay, maybe a clone? What if the right and left half belong to a different person?
I, of course, did consider it a possibility. but both faces match perfectly. The rest depends on the DNA results.
Okay.
I have no idea what's going on. But this case is definitely connected to the incident 6 years ago.
Which means the half-body case isn't over yet.
6 years ago, I was 12. I obviously wasn't in Abyss then. I wasn't part of the investigation at all. I don't know much about the case. I did see some of the investigation documents during my training, but the information there wasn't much better than the information on the internet, so I couldn't get the full picture.
Hey, Aiba. How much do you know about the HB serial killings?
As you know, my knowledge of the case is about the same as yours. Due to the explosion 6 years ago, I lost all of my memories from a few days before that point. And due to poor connection, I was unable to send or retrieve any backups.
Oh.
What about you, boss?
Same for me. Ryuki was the one on the case at the time. I don't know anything other than what he reported.
What about the stuff he didn't report?
I'm not a psychic. How would I know something that he didn't tell me?
Okay.
Aiba, where's Ryuki now?
I've determined the location from Tama's GPS. Currently, Ryuki seems to be in Golden Yokocho.
Once you can move to different areas, the map will display at the bottom of the screen. Use the map to open and choose a destination. Okay. Hold on. Let's go to menu. Let's go to save. Save. What is this? A Q&A nurture game eyeballies. Every 20 minutes, eyeballies will ask you a question. The more you answer, the more they grow. If an eyeballie becomes an adult, as a result, you will get many eyeballs as a reward. Get notifications when a character asks a question. You can get this notification in any scene. Yes. Turned eyeballie's question notification on. What the? Can you answer more questions so I can become an adulty? What the? What is this? Do you like insects? Wait, is this open album? Organisms. Newly born and squishy, curious little ball who wants to know everything about the world. Okay. Okay. Do you, tasty. Alright, yes. I enjoy drinking with you, E. Wait, what? Are we brave, loving, impressed, crazy? What? Okay. It's like a Tamagotchi? Thinking of the next question. We'll wait 19 minutes and 54 seconds. Okay. What the? All right, let's go to the main menu real quick though. Let's click on new game. Yeah, that's fine. We saved. Fine. All right, English. Yes. Uh-huh. I want to hear the recap of the incident 9 years ago, because you guys, I was asked to recap it, but I want to hear how the game recaps it, because maybe I won't have to recap it. Or maybe they do a good enough job. So let's see. Okay, we can hold control. No.
That is correct. The answer is Gandharva. Team Popo gets 10 points for the correct answer.
Good job, Ryuki. Keep it up.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, let's keep going then, shall we? Next question.
Okay. I am familiar with the new Cyclops killing.
Are you sure? Don't be lying now. Let's give you a simple test just to make sure.
Okay.
The one who resolved the new Cyclops serial killings was Kaname Date of Abyss. On the final day of that investigation, someone was shot in the leg by the culprit. Who was that someone?
That was Mizuki.
Give me their last name, first name only, please.
That was Mizuki.
Oh, not bad. You're correct. But you could have just gotten lucky. How about we go for one more round?
Okay.
Who is the true culprit of the new Cyclops serial killings? Answer with just the first name again, please. Let's have it.
Saito.
Wonderful. That's another right answer. Sorry for doubting you. You really do know about the new Cyclops killings. Oh, did you hear that sound? That means the next question will be the last. Are you ready?
Wait.
A precognitive dream is a dream that lets you see the future. But these precognitive dreams, are they really, truly?
Wait, he didn't actually recap the game. I thought he was gonna... He didn't recap it at all. Okay. Well, shit. That did all right, well. I was hoping that this was going to recap the game. Actually, I shouldn't have pressed that. I want to see what... I should have saw what happened if you don't press this. Oh, well. All right. All right, let's go to the menu. All right, load. Manual save. Okay. So, to recap the first game.
Team Popo, what's your answer?
The left half of his body. What the?
Yeah, so to recap the game, what ended up in the first game was we start off as a detective. We're a detective, Kaname Dante. We arrive on the scene at a murder victim at a carousel, and basically the events spiral from there. We try to determine why the murder victim at the carousel appeared, and throughout our journey, we end up finding out that the murderer was a congressman's son. So a congressman's son ends up killing a woman called Monica because he's just a psychopath. There's reasons behind it, but I'm just for simplistic sake. There's reasons behind it. He murders her, stabs her right in front of his dad, at the age of 12. His dad covers it up by dumping the body in the mountain, or having the local Yakuza dump the body in the mountain. Her friends, who told her not to go meet up with her, with the guy, find and recover the body, and they store it in a warehouse. So throughout the entire story, the main character sees her dead body like a couple times and he thinks it's another character, which, you know, eventually finds out to not be true. And then over the course of the game, we learn about the whole cover-up of the body. And then we also find out that our body, like our actual body, I don't know if it's here in the files. They mention it, but I'm not sure if it's here. No, it probably doesn't update till we leave. So, Kaname Dante, his body was not his. His body was actually the psychopath killer, the 12-year-old son, Saito's. So there was body swapping going on in the first game. And we found out throughout like the entire events of the game that the true killer, who turned out to be the 12-year-old kid, was swapping bodies constantly. So the first victim we found at the carousel was Shoko Nadami, but it wasn't actually Shoko Nadami. It was Renju inside Shoko Nadami's body, because he swapped the bodies. So now the killer is in Renju's body and he murders Shoko. Then he goes on to kill a whole bunch of people doing the exact same thing. And then we foil it at the very end of the game. We explode his head and we get our original body back, which is interesting because the body that they showed right here when they talked about Kaname Dante was not actually, it was the body that we played in 99% of the game, but it's not actually his body. That's Saito's body. But eventually we get our own body back and, you know, happy ever after. Nobody really dies on our side, really. But yeah. That makes sense? But we played as Kaname Dante. Mizuki was... she wasn't, like, we didn't play as her in the first game outside of one Somnium. And the boss was in the game. Kagami was in the game. And actually, this guy was in the game, too. So we already got some reoccurring characters. So. But that's the events of the first game. Golden Yokocho. Are we going to meet Mama? Is it going to be the same loading screen? No, no loading screen. What is up with this dude's head? Hey, Rune. What is up with his square head? A big camera? A big monitor. It's the show's sign. It says faith to face. Hey, we got the music from the first game, though. Oh, this is 6 years ago. Yeah, this is 6 years ago. Because Mizuki is still 12, and so is Iris. And there's Moma. Nice, we got some reoccurring music. There are miscellaneous decorations hanging from the ceiling. Thanks for the recap. Hey, no problem. Is this Kagami? What? Ask his name.
I'm just an inspector. Why would you want to know my name?
We're both going after the culprit together. I'd like to get to know you.
Wow, what an honor coming from someone from Abyss. My name is Kagami.
I see. Kagami. Got it.
Okay, so now we have two people with AIs in their eye. Okay. Ask his name.
It's Kagami.
Ask his name.
K-A-G-A-M-I. My name is Kagami.
Ask his name.
I told you it's Kagami.
I'm sorry, what was that again? I already know his name, but I don't think I need to ask him again. What's your name again? I'm pretty sure I know his name. I probably don't need to ask him. Ask his name. His name is, what was it again? Ask his name.
I'm sorry. What was your name?
Oh, come on. I'm sure you actually remember.
Oh, right. I remember now. You're Mr. Oshamambe, aren't you?
That's not even close.
How's the investigation on the body going?
Well...
What? You still haven't taken DNA samples?
Easier said than done. Most of the blood was drained from the body, so we have no choice but to take samples from the organs. Wait, hey, this is no place for a kid.
What do you mean?
I mean, you're right next to the body.
So?
So? Well, you could be traumatized for life seeing something like this.
I'm fine. I've seen worse.
Anyway, you're in the way.
Fine.
Well, there you have it.
So in other words, you don't have anything.
Okay. There's a detective. Do you know the victim?
Jin Furue? Yes, of course I know about him. I actually follow him on Twitter. He cuts through all the BS of the modern world. He's insightful, inspiring in a way.
Twitter. An inspector is checking something. An evidence marker. It's a monitor for watching contestants. Let's see. Police officer. A heavy door. A long table. A holographic boundary lines. A step ladder. A pot on the table for the long desk. What does a kettle do in here? It's a police officer from this jurisdiction. How are you?
It's all right now, because I am here. Half might, half for all. We are full-time heroes.
You okay, Mr. Ryuki? I feel like you aren't exactly sound of mind right now.
What the hell was that? Ryuki can oftentimes get weird like this. He isn't doing well mentally. One of my jobs is to support him. Okay. Was that like a reference to something? About the body.
Is it true that body appeared out of nowhere? It's hard to believe, but...
Okay. Any new intel?
Please, don't rush me. I'm doing the best I can.
Looks like he's just standing there to me.
Yeah.
I was just asking questions, dude. All right, fine. Jeez. Moma Kumakura. Do you know the victim?
Anyway, it's real fucked up. Even people in my world wouldn't kill someone so gruesomely. That bastard. Scaring Tessa like this. Whoever did this better make sure the cops get to him before I do.
That does not sound like Moma from the first game. Tessa is Iris's nickname. Iris is an internet idol who goes by Aset, but her biggest fans call her Tessa, meaning Moma is his name.
His name is Moma Kumakura. He's a leader of the Kumakura gang, which is under the Ujisaki family.
I know. The Kumakuras are known for being peculiar, even among Yakuza. But why is their leader at a live-streamed quiz show?
Who is the man sitting next to you?
Oh, you mean Shinpei.
Shinpei?
Shinpei Wagai. That's his name. He was one of our members until just recently.
Was?
Yeah, he went clean. Left the life completely.
And where is he now?
Who knows? The moment he saw the corpse, he flew out of the room, white as a sheet. He's probably puking into a toilet somewhere.
Okay, so he actually got a name this game. A camera with a tripod. Let's see. She's trembling. Are you okay?
Does she look okay to you? I already talked to the other detective. I want to go home already.
Her name.
I know her name, without asking. Iris Sagan. I was introduced before the show started, and...
She was involved in the new Cyclops serial killings that happened last November. You read the reports.
Yeah, so I know enough about what happened. Mr. Date was also on that case.
Okay. Oh, by the way, this case in the new Cyclops serial killer killings are not related. Though, that is just a hunch. You don't need to worry about that. Okay. Do you know the victim?
Teleportation.
What?
That body teleported here from a parallel world. But only half of his body was able to make it through. That's why he was split in half. Jeez.
Okay. Her name is Mizuki Dante. She's a 6th grader. Oh! Her name.
Mizuki Date, 12 years old. Her former name is Okiura, but she was adopted by my superior officer, Kaname Date. That's why I've met her a few times before.
Like the time you carried Date home on your back after he had one too many rounds.
Yeah, see, like, this isn't his original body. This is Saito's original body from the first game. But I find it interesting that they're showing this one instead of his actual body. That's interesting. F1? Oh, the Tamagotchi. What is your preferred Choco ratio and chocolate? Echo. 30%. It's normally okay. Oh, what is this? Video game Tamagotchi? What the fuck is this? Oh wait, let's go to the file actually. Did it update? Maybe they're stopping spoilers if people haven't played the first game. Yeah, that seems to be the case. They haven't updated anything from the first game. Present. Mizuki, Aiba, Boss, Detective, Inspector. Appendix. Forward. This document was written for Abyss investigators. I, an Abyss office worker, am the author. I have collected information from AI balls and selected information that I thought needed additional explanation. This might contain information that you already know, but is included here just in case. Investigations are dangerous. You might lose your memory due to an accident. You can use this to regain your memory if that happens. Foreshadowing much? Okay. Trivia. Oh, what is this? Regarding the tear. Oh, this is the stuff that they talk about at the top of the screen. Okay. All right. Where is Mr. Dante?
I don't know. Not his guardian, you know. He got all giddy about taking a long vacation. He's probably at a cabaret club in Meguro right now, pouring some ponzu on that Reika chick's fat thighs.
The return of Reika. Reika is a hostess girl Dante has been eyeing. She works the hostess bar. Tef Blue. Unfortunately, I've never met her. But according to Aiba, she looks like a giant stone lantern or an old oil drum. Do you know the victim?
Of course. Jin Furue, right? I've seen him online a bunch of times.
What are you doing?
What? Isn't it obvious? Iris is totally freaking out, so I'm helping her calm down. When are you letting me leave anyway? That other detective said you still had questions you needed to ask. So...
Let's talk to the boss. Boss, I report directly to her about the body.
It's Jin Furue, no doubt about it. He was like an advisor who represented the young talent. I saw him a lot on the news online. This is so strange. Why just his right half?
Why are you here?
Hey, what's going on with you? Memory problems? Brain disorder or something? You look like you're losing it a little.
No, it's nothing.
Boss was invited here by Ma, a host from Kabuki Show. Ma told her, let's go on this online show together. It looks so fun. But immediately after she showed up, she was sent a Nile message that read, sorry, something came up.
So in other words, he flaked on her.
Boss tried to go home, but the show's staff stopped her and begged her to find a replacement.
So she called up her obedient underling, huh? How convenient.
Maybe
Yeah,
they're
you
stopping.
remember now?
Remember? You never told me anything about this Ma guy.
Ah, so Tama told you. After I asked her not to.
Okay. Oh, they did say host, didn't he? Yeah, that did not host this. Who's in charge of this case?
Well, there's no one else available, so would you mind taking care of it?
What? Me?
I know this case could get dangerous. It might be too hot to assign to a rookie. But then again, you have a reliable partner with you.
I'll give you hands-on assistance for this investigation.
Boss is, I report directly to her. You're...
We work in the same building and you don't know my name. Can't blame you though. You're new. Metro PD, major crimes. Name's Ushidera.
Ushidera. Introduce myself.
I already know all about you. No need to say it. Kurito Ryuki, 23 years old. Due to your excellent marks, you skipped a few grades at an elite private university and graduated at 21. Afterward, you went through training at Police Academy for 15 months and were accepted into Abyss last summer.
Okay.
It's incredibly rare for anyone to get into Abyss without having stepped foot on a crime scene. Don't tell me you slept your way in with Boss.
Of course I didn't. I took the formal exam and Boss acknowledged my abilities.
You mean your endurance? You're a young guy. Yeah, Boss definitely seems more into the marathons than the sprints.
What are you talking about?
Well, Ryuki, when a man and a woman love each other very much...
You don't have to explain it. I get it.
Any leads?
Unfortunately, nothing yet. HQ still hasn't gotten any reports about the half-body being found. Hell, maybe it's never going to be found. What if that body crossed over time and space to get here? It's possible, right?
Okay. Ushidera. There are 3 spots for contestants.
Fray to free?
Fray to free.
Fray can mean battle, tatter, ravel, or strain. Free is self-explanatory.
To set free or release.
So the phrase could mean something like fight to set free.
So he's 23 and Mizuki's 12. So he's 11 years older than her.
What's with that QR code?
Yeah.
The thing is, There seems to be an error in the Abyss communication system. We're having issues getting online.
What?
What?
Come on.
What? You got a problem with that?
Oh.
No, not at all.
Oh, damn, she got aggressive. A fight for freedom, huh? Okay.
The identity of the deceased has been confirmed through facial recognition. Jin Furue, 29 years old, the CEO of Music Food Co. Ltd. He's also an executive at several IT firms, consultation companies, investment firms, and advertising agencies. His columns and essays are featured in various magazines and online media. He's quite a successful author.
Okay.
By the way, Ryuki, there's something about the corpse's head that's been bothering me. It's hard to see it from here, so here's the image I took earlier.
His hair?
What's this?
It's an enlarged picture of Jin's temporal region
Whoa.
in the back of his head.
Yeah, what's this?
It's hard to see because of the hair in the way, but there are signs of traumatic subcutaneous hematoma. In other words, there's bruising. I think he got hit with a blunt object.
Someone hit him from behind?
Okay.
Probably.
That's...
But I don't think this is a fatal wound. There's no damage to the skull or brain itself. And as you can clearly see, his cause of death was being split in half. There are no other visible wounds besides the head trauma. He must have been cut in two while he was alive.
Ah, that sucks. The body. The face. There is a trace blunt force trauma. There's trace blunt force trauma on the back of Jin's head. It seems unrelated to the death, but...
Wait.
What?
What is it?
This might not be related to the case, but I just thought of something. Ryuki, would you mind moving closer to the body?
He's missing one of his back teeth.
Yes, the first molar of his upper jaw was completely removed from its root.
Okay.
Judging by the impression left in the gums,
Was it forcibly?
looks like it was removed just recently.
Okay.
The estimated time of death was about 40 hours ago. Today is February 10th, current time 2200, which means he died around 6 o'clock February 9th.
Yesterday morning.
Okay.
There's hardly any blood left in his body. His body must have been left with his legs slightly raised and the cut side facing the ground. Blood naturally flowed out as a result.
Okay.
Leaving the cut surprisingly clean and visible. The cut appears to have been made by something far thinner than paper.
Thinner than paper?
That's pretty
For
thin.
example, something with zero thickness, like a 2D surface.
There's no such...
What's more is that it doesn't seem like the connections between molecules were severed. The structure of the molecules themselves have been cut.
Tama trivia. So this is going to be a little hard to understand, so feel free to skip this if you'd like. Among scientific bounds, there is the intramolecular bond, which uses electrons to bond, and the intramolecular bond, which is bonding of molecules themselves. Intramolecular bonds are stronger than molecule bonds. So when something is cut in half, it is usually the intramolecular bond that is severed. However, Jin Fura's body was severed at a intramolecular bond level. That is for the science part. Please continue enjoying the main story. Huh. Okay. What in the world happened yesterday at 6? Why did the first molar fall out of the upper jaw? Moma Kumakura. Who have I not talked to? Oh, him. I totally forgot about him. It's the man who's hosting the quiz show earlier. Andres Komaji? Komaji? His name.
I think he introduced himself to me before the show started. His name was Andes Kameji, I think.
That's his stage name, of course. His real name is Yoneharu Enda. He's a comedian.
I'd never heard of him before. He must not be very good.
Oh, and I suppose you can do better, asshole. What do you know about comedians? Listen, comedians are all doing their best so they can bring people joy. And here you are, just...
Okay, I'm sorry.
I've known Tama for more than half a year, but I still have a hard time understanding what sets her off. I had no idea that was a sensitive subject. Jesus, Tama. So this is a new AI? Yeah, you want a former introduction to her? Would you, don't you think it's wonderful you're thinking about it? Yes?
Worried about money?
Well, chat. This is Tama. Tama, chat. Say hello. I won 5 quadrillion yen, please.
Huh? You don't really have worries, do you?
Worries?
Are you malfunctioning? Are you bored?
Do I look bored? I'm not bored. I guess I'm bored while I'm bored. I'm not bored.
Is that so? So I guess that means you're busy? But you still came here. Let's see. What's wrong with you? Get back to your station and do your job. Once you're done, come back so you can help me pass the time. I'll be waiting.
Life advice.
Worried about work?
That's right.
Ah. Is it all mental?
I hate it all.
Iba will tell you the same thing.
And that is?
You should just quit that job. Quitting isn't running away. You need courage to quit. You aren't running away, you're fighting. Fight and attempt a new challenge. You may have worries, but at the end of the day, things will work out. That's how life works.
Okay. Say goodbye to Tama, chat. About the quiz show.
Did you really not understand what you were getting into when you agreed to this?
We arrived here right as the stream was about to begin. They made us sit in the contestant seat right away without telling us anything.
Well, the title of our show is right there.
Faith to Face, our special 6-hour live stream marathon, brought to you by Amabi TV.
We cut the stream, of course, but the cameras should have been running when that body appeared. I'm sure all of Japan, or even the world tuning in on the internet, is in shock right now. They're being questioned by the police in the waiting room. Mr. Ryuki, aren't you with the police too?
Well, yes.
Are you still out of it, Mr. Ryuki? This is Studio Devaita in Minato Roppongi. It's a parental studio mostly used for live streaming, filming, that kind of thing.
That's everybody, right?
Ryuki, I've got a connection. The QR code link. It leads to a ViewCube page.
ViewCube? You mean...
Yes, the video streaming site.
Whose account does the channel belong to?
No idea. It was registered using an alias.
Okay. Open it.
What?
I'm sorry. Can you please open it?
That's better.
What the? What is this? Okay.
What's wrong, Ryuki?
That stuff is weird. Whoa, what is going on? What the? What the? Oh, okay. What the hell?
Hey, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. Don't worry about me.
What the? It just set on fire? Okay. What the hell is going on? Team Zero Escape presents that. Wait, is that the... Is that the mermaid from Sunfish Pocket? There's Pewter. Yeah. guy. The Somnium Files, Nirvana Initiative. There's marble.
Oh, it's Brahmin.
You are familiar with it?
Yeah, I've been here a bunch of times. Ryuki is supposed to be here?
I'm certain of it.
Okay, let's go in.
He has had a lot to drink. Jesus. A liquor bottle. It's a big stock pot. A wok. It's empty, other than the freezer door. There are seasons from various countries lined up. Mugs on the table. The menu. A list of recommended dishes.
It's a picture of Ganesha, the Hindu god. Ganesha is worshipped as the god of wealth, especially by merchants.
Okay. A picture of Ganesha. The restaurant door. A house plant. These are posters and flyers stuck on the wall. Okay. A beer bottle crate. An oil drum. A round stool. A table. Ryuki. Where's Genny?
They're gone.
Where to?
I don't know. Maybe to the mirror world?
What?
Genny, being this man? Full name, Gen Ishiagane. I met him several times in the past when I was in Date's left eye socket.
What?
Yeah. Genny is the owner of this fusion restaurant, Brahmin. He runs it all by himself without hiring any help. But where could he be? It's not like him to leave his customers like this.
Okay. About the H. Wake him up.
Come on, Ryuki. Wake up.
About the HBK. Oh, wake him up.
Hey, I said wake up. Oh, look, a porno mag.
Unfortunately, that doesn't seem to work on Ryuki. I suspect Date would have woken up instantly.
Come on, big brother. Wake up. Wake up. If you don't hurry, you're gonna be late.
He's awake?
Nurse, pour some soy sauce on me, please.
What?
Right down the middle.
What the hell? About the HB case.
Jin Furue's other half was found. The other side of his corpse. The one we couldn't find 6 years ago. The time of his death was around 12 o'clock today. What do you think that means?
I don't think he's thinking. Whoa!
Answer me, Ryuki! You were in charge of the HB case, weren't you?
Make it a side part, please.
Ugh. Just what kind of dream is he having?
How should I know?
Should we try wink syncing?
Forget it. It'd just be a wasted battery.
Wink syncing? The hell is that?
Ryuki, please, Tell me about 6 years ago. I want to know all about what happened back then. The HB case and the explosion are related. If I can solve the HB case, maybe I can figure out where he is.
I'll take a double shochu curry shot.
This is futile, Mizuki. Ryuki's blood alcohol level is 0.32%. He is quite intoxicated. In fairness, the reason he's like this now is because of that incident. He had psychological issues before, but the events of the case deepened his condition. As you can see, he now spends his days drowning himself in alcohol.
So if we solve this case, we might be able to heal his trauma?
It's possible.
And it's all the more reason for him to help. For his own sake, too.
Still, I doubt he would wake up even if you cut his eyelids off. What will you do?
Isn't it obvious? I'll sync with him.
Oh, okay. Abyss HQ, huh? Alright, well, get in the sync. Alrighty. Abyss HQ, Friday, February 10th, Sunday, 11 p.m. or 2300. Wow, so they now give us the date. Oh, wait, Pewter's here. What is he doing here? I thought he was supposed to be in prison. There's various things on the table.
I'm still here. I've always been here.
Hey, did you hear something?
Yes, that's the cleaning lady.
Oh, okay. Wait, what?
Pewter, what are you not telling us? There is a locker in the corner of the room. That's the cleaning lady? The monitor, there's nothing being displayed. There are complicated characters, complicated strings and figures. Okay. Wait, they changed this. A Braun tube style monitor.
Creepy girls used to climb out of those things in the old days.
Creepy girls?
That's right. Or was it just one girl? If you copy the tape, is there more than one girl? Or maybe one is real and the rest are clones? They didn't do a good job of explaining it.
Either way, it's creepy.
They still got the Ring reference. Nice. A Braun tube style monitor. Steel cabinets. There's something like a facial roller inside. There's a binder here. The door leading to the sink room. It's a chair. The sink machine can be seen through the window. No boy love reference this time. Ryuki is slumped over like a bent nail. I guess that's what they called hammered.
Hey!
Mizuki, I think you're wasting your time trying to talk to him. He's so soaked in alcohol, you could light his breath on fire with a match.
Yo, Ryuki, get up!
Careful, Mizuki. If you wake him up now, we'll be the ones mopping up the mess.
Ryuki is completely plastered. It's Pewter. About Pewter. Why are you not in prison? His real name is Futa Amanama, but everyone calls him Pewter. I'm sure you can figure out why. Where's Boss?
Wait, you didn't see her at the stadium?
I did, but she's not back yet?
Of course not. This is Boss we're talking about. She's probably at a host club in Kabukicho, licking the salt off her third tequila shot right about now.
Thank you!
Wait. Is this a different voice actor for Pewter? I think it is. I don't think this is the same voice actor for Pewter. Bearded 1A, thanks for gifting the sub to Lander. Yo, Lander, enjoy the gifted sub, courtesy of Bearded One. Bearded One, thank you so much for the gifted sub. Thanks for the support. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. It's the same one? It doesn't sound like it. About the case.
I know. I got the report. Jin Furroway's right half was found in Studio Devitas 6 years ago. The other half was found at the stadium today, correct? But the corpse's estimated time of death was around 12 today. No signs of the body having been frozen. And Jin doesn't have any twins. The theory of the right and left half belonging to different people was debunked earlier, too.
What do you mean?
We got the DNA results. The DNA extracted from Jin's right half 6 years ago. The base sequence was an exact match with the left half that was found. A 100% match. They definitely belong to the same person. The right half was found 6 years ago on February 10th. Today is also February 10th. What could it mean? Mizuki, do you really intend to sync with him?
Would it be a problem because he's drunk or something?
No, but what I mean is, you haven't gotten permission from Boss, have you? I understand how you feel, Mizuki. I'm sure you want to solve the HB case more than anyone. After all, you lost two very precious things due to that incident.
Two?
Ate, of course, and...
Oh, is that how she lost her eye?
Your left eye. At least we didn't have to extract your eye to insert the AI ball. There was nothing left to extract.
I am glad the room was vacant. I don't do well with roommates.
Hopefully we
Listen,
get...
You shouldn't delve too deeply into this case. I have a very bad feeling about all this.
Don't worry. Boss didn't technically give me permission to sync, but she did assign the investigation to me.
Are you sure about this?
Yeah,
There will be no turning back.
I know.
I see. Then let's get started. What happened 6 years ago? Ryuki's memories may hold the answer.
It does not sound like the same voice actor. Hopefully we get a reason why Pewter is here, though, because he's supposed to be in prison. But, I mean, I guess he is very useful. Okay.
Mizuki, the time limit within Somnium is 6 minutes. Stay there any longer, and your consciousness will be absorbed into the subject's mind.
I got it. This isn't my first time syncing, you know.
Okay then, let's begin.
Yeah, thank you, Bearded One. Thank you. And also Morning Lander. Is the Grudge and the Ring the same thing? Just different names? Wait, whoa, what is... Never let the merciless world erase you.
I've been practicing. How's my dancing?
Yeah, looking good. Wriggling around like a freshly caught shrimp.
Oh, no, not you too. I'm too cute to be a shrimp.
Hey, listen. Now's no time for a dance number. We have an investigation to handle.
Ah, yes. My apologies. I felt compelled.
Okay.
Oh, Mizuki. Do you know your way around Somnia? If you are assigned to this case, you will be syncing many times, I'm sure. Would you like a refresher?
Would you like to watch the Somnium tutorial? Sure.
Yeah, sure. A little refresher course couldn't hurt. Not that I need it or anything.
Understood. I will be ready to assist you when the time comes.
In Somnia, you will investigate the inside of a dream. The objective will be to find the subject's hidden memories.
Got it. Thanks. All right, then.
This desk and camera are from the interrogation room.
But there's no walls or ceiling. What am I supposed to do in a place this bare?
Well, before anything... Somnium scan!
Activate! Mental lock number 1. Mental lock number 2. Mental lock number 3. Dispel Ryuki's hallucinations and find the truth. Haruki is trapped by hallucinations. Help him overcome them and discover the truth. Difficulty standard. Oh, wow. So, that's new too. Okay.
This layer of Ryuki's somnium appears to have 3 mental locks.
So I gotta unlock those, right?
Correct. By doing so, you can travel deeper into his psyche. The truth is found in the deepest layer.
By unlocking mental locks, you can go deeper into the dream. By unlocking them all, you might be able to learn valuable information. The way to unlock mental locks are called objectives, located on the top left of the screen. Make sure you work towards these to progress.
Okay, I'll start with this room first.
Right. There isn't much to interact with, but there must be a way to continue.
In Somnia, you can inspect things with nameplates. First, move Aiba around to get closer to something with a nameplate and inspect it. I'm actually a bit... I don't know the answer to that, Lander, because... So at the end of the first game, we get Aiba back, and she says that she was uploading her information bit by bit, and that she was recreated, and she remembers everything. But then they said something at the beginning of the game, or in the beginning of the game, she said that something happened, and she doesn't remember much of something, but it was when we were on the football field. So I don't know. I'd have to go back and replay it, or re-listen to what she said. Oh my god, this is so sensitive compared to the first game.
It is the same two-way mirror as the interrogation room. Due to the lack of a wall, it appears to be floating.
When you inspect something, you can give Aiba orders from the available options. Choose an option to have Aiba do many different actions. Oh wow, this is different. Break it. Who is the most beautiful person in the world?
I know it's going to be me, but ask anyway.
Mirror, who is the most beautiful person in the world?
It's me, Kagami!
No, it isn't.
5 eyeballs gained. In lock info, you can find the objects, depths, and keys. When stuck in Somnia, open the locks to find more clues. What is this? Whoa, what is this? Okay, this is... Oh, there's 2 paths in this one. Okay. Well, damn. Who doesn't think Kagami is the most beautiful person in the world? Come on now.
It is a two-way mirror.
Break it.
Let's do it. Huh? It went through. Oh no. My hand is gone.
Aiba, you okay?
Just kidding. Ugh. Sorry. Anyway, it appears that the mirror will not break.
Unfortunately, I can say one thing about the game so far. I don't like the sprites. compared to the first game. The sprites we see in the left corner, not all of them. There's some I like, but like Aiba, I find Aiba's sprites in the first game better. Also her model too. Like her actual face, like her face responses are, I feel they're kind of better in the first game so far.
It is a two-way mirror.
Like that, she just looks like she looks like has no, like no emotion right there. Maybe that's what they were going for though.
A folding chair. Same as the kind in the interrogation room.
Yeah, she looks dead face. Which she didn't really in the first game. Stand, sit. Stand.
Stand? On the chair?
Yeah. Well?
Well, it is now easier for me to change light bulbs if necessary.
Right.
Yeah.
So you get eyeballs for every choice. Did we do the Tamagotchi, by the way? Which one do you want? Friends, superpower, 5 quadrillion yen, nothing needs to be done. Let's see. $5 quadrillion yen? Superpowers. Hard worky. Next question is available in 19 minutes. View album. Okay. No, we never saw Kagami's face. No.
It's a folding chair.
Sit.
Try sitting on it.
There.
It's no longer the spinning logo, by the way.
Ryuki. Mizuki, now is your chance to question him.
Okay. You can check how much progress you've made in Samia by checking the depth. The actions you just did has progressed your depth. Make it to the bottom to clear Samia. Okay. Tell me about the HB case. Slap him awake. Appeal to his emotions. Slap him.
Mizuki, you cannot get away with this just because you're a member of law enforcement. According to Criminal Law Entry 195, Special Civil Assault, you can be punished for abuse of authority.
Chill, we're in a dream. It's fine.
Well, at this rate, we won't get anything out of him. Wake up! Fine. Screw it. Guess I'll just do what has to be done.
Oh my god!
Aiba, that's enough. You're violating Criminal Law Entry 195.
God damn! She was slapping the shit out of him. About the case.
Ryuki.
Jesus!
Can you tell me what you know about the HB case?
Why do you keep making me remember? Damn it. I was so close to finally forgetting. Please. Stop!
Aiba?
Whoa.
Aiba, you okay?
Yeah, it just got really bright. What was that explosion?
An eyeball.
Nothing. Is it an eyeball?
Ryuki, do you know the culprit?
Do you?
What is this? Wait, it's a reverse sync.
What?
Ryuki's consciousness is flowing into your brain, Mizuki.
Wait, what? What is going on with this guy? Ah, it's music from the first game. It's Dante's apartment. Oh.
Huh? This is...
Mr. Date's house.
Hold on, I gotta admire the environment. That's a nice coat rack, ain't it? Look at Mizuki's outfit. Look at the bricks on the wall. Oh my goodness, they're laid out so perfectly. You can see the cement between each one and how perfectly layered it is, and you know, no over usage of the cement at all. Like, my goodness, what craftsmanship, right? What craftsmanship. That is amazing. Absolutely amazing. Oh dear God. What did they do? Oh my God. I can't. Oh my God. Jeez Louise. What the hell is that? Wait, that's the panda ride from the first game. Hey, welcome to the stream. I can't interact with the... Oh, it's a picture of Mizuki and her parents from the first game. Oh, so this still continues. Okay. The camera is a little bit too sensitive for my liking. It's Abda Rabbit from the first game when we boiled it.
What is this? Soup?
Okay.
Do you know the culprit?
What?
The culprit's name.
Why is he... What the... I don't know. I know. Do you know the culprit? Wait. This isn't... There's no way. Is it Kaname Dante?
I don't know.
Intrusion thwarted.
What the? Okay.
We've defended against Ryuki's consciousness.
So is everything okay?
It should be, but it is peculiar. Usually, the sinker goes into the subject's mind, but for some reason, the subject's consciousness was able to slip into your mind. But you should be fine now. We have blocked the route of intrusion. We are reconnecting to Ryuki's mind via another path.
That's good. But why did that happen?
Wait, I could have typed in Mizuki too. They share the same amount of letters. What the? Yeah, I could have typed in Mizuki as well. What is this? I can't remember the name. Okay. Remember the case, mental lock number 1. Can't remember the name. Updated goal. Remember the case. Close in on Ryuki. A mental lock was unlocked. You have completed the objective. Remember the case. But there are still other mental locks in Somnia. With the new objective, close in on Ryuki. Explore the area to unlock the rest of the mental locks. Is it like the old ones, though, where you can go back? No.
This place is...
It's the cathedral.
Oh, so this is what you were talking about.
Hey, is that rubble?
It appears as though the collapse was halted halfway through.
There's
Ryuki.
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 I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Doesn't sound like...
Let's go.
Wait, Mizuki. You can only remain in Somnia for 6 minutes, 360 seconds. For some reason or another, the passage of time in the interrogation room was slower, but that is not the case now.
You need me to find the info within 6 minutes, right? I got it.
While I remain still, time almost stops, but time progresses when I am in motion.
That's the system that Pewter came up with, right? I swear that Pewter is like a tech god. Thank you, ex-con!
That's an interesting way to compliment someone.
Anyway,
what?
if you are stuck, simply stop moving and observe your surroundings. Look at the map and try to get a hold of the situation. Understood?
Understood.
Yeah, thanks for the reminder. Go ahead and check that don't display this message again box.
I don't have that function.
There will be a time limit of 6 minutes. Time will be depleted when Aiba walks and when an action made as a result of a selection. Keep an eye on the remaining time while unlocking all the mental locks in 360 seconds. Yeah. I wonder, though. Mental lock number 1. Oh, you can only go back to the checkpoint. Okay. Flowchart. Flowchart will allow you to create the flow of this. Will check the flow of the story and branching paths. This will be populated with chapters as you progress through the story. When you select chapter from destination list, you can jump to different points in the story. Yeah. So we are... You're here. Start, sync, summarize. Okay. There's an eyeball. What is this? That is... I can't click on it? That's weird. She's so tiny. Can't interact with that. Oh, do we get to press? Using the navigation feature will display the direction and distance of things that you can investigate to help you explore. By aligning the cursor to the things that you want to inspect, and by pressing tab, you can set a waypoint. Set a waypoint? Okay. That's new.
What's this? We're surrounded.
The rubble turned into a hand. Ryuki's dream sure is creepy.
It is.
Darn. We cannot get through. We need to find a way out of here.
Alright, hold on. Okay.
A brazier. I can interact with this for whatever reason.
Let's see. Breathe out. Inspect.
It looks like a normal brazier.
Touch it.
No.
Please, come on. Just the tip, please.
Okay then.
Just the tip.
Hot! Or not?
So it's fire that's not hot?
This fire must have shadow traits.
Shadow traits?
Different properties from the real world. For example, consider fire that is not hot. It is as though it is missing a property that it has in the real world.
Yeah.
These shadows are usually heavily affected by the nature of dreams, so we might not extinguish this fire in the usual predictable fashion.
Ryuki's dream is trapped by the shadows. And the shadows are...
Mizuki, I have obtained a key.
What's that?
A key is a new function that Pewter came up with. It uses an algorithm to clarify the rules of a Somnium world or the sync subject's psyche.
In other words, it tells you how the dream works?
Correct.
Damn, we can do that now? Pewter's legit.
The sync system has evolved greatly.
The key can help with unlocking mental locks and better understanding the subject. By searching more, the key will be updated and information accumulated.
So the more I search, the more hints I get.
A key is a clarification of a Somnium's rules. At the start of a sync, it is hidden, but they open as you inspect things. Keys are crucial to reach the depths of a Somnia. When stuck, try checking them. In the lock info, you can find the object's depths and keys. Yeah. Okay, so that's new.
A brazier.
Breathe in, breathe out. Ryuki's dream is trapped by the shadows. The shadows are blank. Breathe in.
If this brazier is a shadow, we can't extinguish it in the normal way.
Let's try something that doesn't normally extinguish fires.
All right, suck in really hard.
I do have amazing suction.
Amazing suction! Bravo! Marvelous!
Huh? Deja vu?
Looks like the shadow traits were the key after all.
Okay. Ryuki's dream is trapped by the shadows. The shadows are always missing a single aspect.
That rubble there. Is that lower than before?
Do we have another time limit?
If we do, we cannot be wasting time. All right, let's chase after Ryuki. If you get lost, use the map.
Yeah, I know.
Boss. Meow, hidden eyeballs in the dream world, question mark. There are always 5. Mumble mumble. Alright, I'm gonna host club it up from open to close. Boss is sleeping talk. Okay. He's the only thing we... Yeah, I was gonna say, he's the only thing.
Hey, Ryuki.
It's not my fault. Please forgive me. Forgive me! Damn it!
We're trapped in this space again.
But if we get rid of something with the shadow trait, maybe we can get out.
Okay. Ryuki is blank. He's still holding on to blank and blank.
Mizuki, you have 5 minutes left.
Okay. There's 2 of them.
It's a bottle of brandy.
Puke. Damn, that's gonna cost 54 seconds though. Drink. No, inspect.
It looks like a normal brandy bottle.
Is this Ryuki's favorite drink?
Yes. I've seen Ryuki drink this brand before. Ryuki was drinking right before the sink, which is probably why it showed up in his dream.
He's just a drunkard.
I do think Ryuki has a reliance on alcohol. Though it is all mental, it is not easy to overcome such an addiction. You don't have to sympathize with him, but you should at least understand.
I see. Oh, yay! I got a timey!
You know what a timey is, don't you?
It's like a useful item that changes the flow of time, right?
For the most part. Timey is a material capable of modifying the way the brain processes time. By using this, you can slow down or speed up time in the Somnium world.
I invented it!
You go, Pewter!
You cannot hold on to too many at a time, so be sure to use them as they come.
A timey is a time item. They can be obtained by selecting certain options. Timies can only be used to make selections and lessen the amount of time used. You can hold up to 3 timies. If you obtain one when you have 3, the oldest one will be discarded. Timies are depleted when you use them, but you should try to use them aggressively. Okay. Oh no. My Tamagotchi. Or my eyeball gotchi. Do you like insects? Yeah, they're okay. I'll enjoy drinking with you, E. I became a child, E. Tell me more, E. What the? Okay. Okay. What the? An organism, a child full of love, an idol who is good at singing and dancing and is worshipped by fans, likes occult stuff. Wait, so this is supposed to be Iris? How did I get Iris?
It's Brandy.
Use a timey and reduce the time consumed by your choice. Yep. Let's see. Restart. Let's do drink.
If you say so.
Look at that face.
That's how you're gonna drink it?
Woo! Oh, I'm feeling good. It's me, Aiba.
You okay?
Mizuki, can you pet me?
Pet you?
Pet me! Pet me till I explode!
Aiba's bugging out.
If you don't pet me, I'm going to self-destruct. Okay. 3, 2, 1...
Aiba, you're scaring me. Get a hold of yourself.
My head hurts. Stop yelling.
Jeez. I should have never told you to do that.
Ryuki is blank and he's still holding on to his regrets and blank. How did we get regrets from that?
It's Brandy. Why do you want me to puke?
I thought it might help you remember when Ryuki puked.
I can try.
So, anything?
No. Though I am starting to taste something sour.
Aiba, you can taste sour?
Anyway, this is pointless. I do not want to keep trying.
Ryuki is burdened by what happened in the past. He's still holding on to his regrets, and I don't understand how these help us.
It's Brandy.
Okay, we exhausted all the options here. Whoa, that's a gun. Wait, is that Dante's gun?
An evolver is floating.
That looks like Dante's gun. Shoot yourself, shoot Ryuki, inspect. Inspect.
It's an evolver. Standard issue for Abyss members.
Is it Ryuki's?
Unless there is a special request. All members are issued the same firearm, so we cannot tell. But there is one thing I notice.
What is it?
I do not feel any electromagnetic forces. The evolver utilizes electromagnetism, so it should be emitting electromagnetic waves.
Okay.
Oh, maybe it's one of those shadow trait things.
Perhaps.
You have 4 minutes remaining.
Okay.
It's an evolver.
We can make it equal 10 seconds. Shoot yourself.
Which method do you want to try? Inside the mouth, below the chin, or on the temple?
You don't have any second thoughts about this?
What?
I do. But my job is to support you, Mizuki. Above all else, I believe in and obey your orders.
I see. Thanks. In that case, can you ignore my last command? What the? Aiba! Aiba!
It was a blank. My ears are ringing.
Jeez. Your nose and ears have been through a lot today, huh?
I have other holes. I'll be fine.
What were you planning on using the other holes for?
It appears obeying your command was the right thing to do.
Good
job, Mizuki. Well done.
Oh, yeah. Glad it worked.
Oh! Whoa. 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 Easy now.
Ryuki!
Damn it! Damn it! It's no use. Me dying isn't gonna fix anything!
Okay. What the hell is going on?
Are these feet?
I can't die yet. I'll carry this forever.
Okay, remember. Mental lock number 2, close in on Ryuki. Okay. Unlock number 2, remember. About what Aiba just said right there. Yes. Ryuki is burdened by what happened in the past. He's still holding on to his regret and is in denial.
Let's chase after Ryuki.
Hold on, is that what is that? The eyeball. I can't click it. You used to be able to click these in the previous game. I guess you can't. Weird. I can't click it.
This again.
But now we know what to do. We need to find the thing with shadow traits and break it, right?
Yes, most likely. But it looks like we can only interact with Ryuki.
Okay. Retry allows you to go back to the mid save point after unlocking a mental lock. You can only perform a retry 3 times, using 1 retry to go back 1 point, 2 to go back 2, and 3 to go back 3. If you fail to sync, the retry count will be recovered. When you don't have time, we recommend you use it. Was there a retry mechanic in the first game? And I just didn't use it?
Hey, Ryuki.
I'm sorry. I'm an idiot. I'm really sorry. I have to live with this for the rest of my life.
Okay. Cheer him up. Kick him. Inspect. Inspect. Oh, what? Is she sitting on? What is?
He has a scrawny face, but it's a Ryuki that can be found anywhere.
Found anywhere?
There is nothing wrong with him.
So this Ryuki isn't a shadow.
What was that?
I'm sorry. I'm an idiot. I'm really sorry. I have to live with this for the rest of my life.
What the hell was going on there? She was like spinning on him. Okay. Let's see. Let's turn it into... Let's kick him.
There could be negative consequences.
It's fine, just kick his ass.
That sounds awfully violent. I'll try it.
Ow. That looked painful.
He disappeared, but nothing happened.
Yeah, nothing's changing. What a waste of a good kick.
We should inspect the other Ryukis.
You can kick him down the stairs. Oh, God. What about this one? Whoa, what is that in the background?
Ryuki.
I did nothing wrong. I forgot it all. I'm going to enjoy the rest of my days.
Okay, sir. Inspect. Or inspect.
His face irritates me, but it is the usual Ryuki.
But Ryuki doesn't usually look this... happy.
Huh. He doesn't have a shadow.
No shadow. That means this Ryuki is...
Yes. It could be the shadow trait we are looking for.
He doesn't have... Does this one have a shadow?
Hey, Ryuki.
I can't forget about what I did. I have no future.
Beat him up. Pet him. Inspect. Pet him.
Boys love it when you do that. Boss told me.
But I am not very adept at pampering people.
That makes it even better.
I do not understand your logic, but if you say so. Pet, do not be so hard on yourself.
Quit being so shy. Put your heart into it.
Fine. Pet.
Stop, you're gonna pet his head off.
3 minutes left.
He was...
You can do this.
His head is on fire now.
I can't forget about what I did. I have no future.
What? Let's see. Beat him up.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
He's so down on himself. He looks like he needs a good punch.
I am not so sure about that, but okay. Get a hold of yourself!
Oh!
Oh, that killed him.
But nothing changed, which means getting rid of him didn't do anything.
Let's inspect another Ryuki.
Okay.
I did nothing wrong. I forgot it all. I'm going to enjoy the rest of my days.
Kick him.
Good timing. I was getting annoyed.
Oh, you seem enthusiastic about this.
Get a hold of yourself!
Oh!
Huh?
Didn't connect.
Okay.
I did nothing wrong. I forgot it all. I'm going to enjoy the rest of my days.
What is wrong with this guy? Agree with him.
This Ryuki Something's weird about how positive he is.
That must be the shadow trait.
So we should do the opposite of what he wants.
Yes, the don't encourage the psychotic breakdown plan.
Ota would probably love the praise, but this is Ryuki, the honor student we're talking about here.
Ryuki, you're doing well. Just forget it all. You did nothing wrong. No one's going to resent you. Boss and everyone else accepts you. Just rest. Take some time off. Enjoy yourself.
No! That's not... Stop! It's all my fault! Which is why I needed to do something!
Okay.
All right, our plan worked.
No! No forgiveness! No mercy! Never!
What?
Never!
What is going on with this kid? Okay.
The fire. There's no going back.
What is Ryuki holding on to that's hurting him like this?
Right. Even if you go above 360 seconds, the last correct selection will allow you to go over the 360 second threshold. Even if you run out of time, don't give up until the very end. You might still be able to clear the Somnium. Pewter sleep talking. Clear with at least 1 second and it tames some eyeballs. Dante, no, not there. Okay, wait. We can't interact with him. I can't it's another eyeball. I can't interact with it though. I'm starting to wonder if this cursor is even supposed to be here. What's this? His police badge?
Hey, this police ID is...
What?
Ryuki!
Yeah, because in the old game you had the little spinning icon.
That's...
Who's this?
I'm sorry. I didn't think this would happen.
I didn't think this would happen.
Blood.
Let's get out of here, Mizuki.
What the hell is troubling this kid? Dropped rubble. What the hell is troubling this guy? Jeez. Awaken, dropped rubble. 30 eyeballs gained. Okay. 500 eyeballs gained. Yeah, see, like in the first game, you had the little spinning icon that displayed. February 10th. Dispossessed. Ryuki Chapter 0. Yeah, see, there it is. Weird. Oh, okay, so we're from him. Oh god, we're plastered. A two-way mirror. Oh, that's strange. That recenters the camera. Did it do that in the first game? A recording camera. A pipe. A surveillance camera. A surveillance camera? A door. It's a desk. Alright, hey data list, hello. Alright, I'm curious about something. So I'm gonna save. And go to the menu. gonna restart the game. So hold on. Ooh. Let's see, video options. Let's do full screen. Yeah, hey, Daedalus. Hello. Happy Friday. No, see, the cursor is still there. That's strange, isn't it? I feel like that's weird. Okay, so load game. Here, manual save.
That body teleported here from a parallel world. Ryuki is supposed to be here? You were in charge of the HB case, weren't you?
Ryuki's memories may hold the answer. Mizuki, the time limit within Somnium is 6 minutes.
Damn it. Damn it. I was so close to finally forgetting.
I was playing in borderless window mode, but now I'm playing in full screen and it's still here. So I guess, I don't know. That's weird. I guess maybe it's supposed to be there. I don't know. Vi has that sometimes if she clicks outside of the game, forcing her to completely shut down the game. Yeah, I only have, this computer's only hooked up to one monitor, so I shouldn't have that problem. I guess maybe it's supposed to be part of the game, but it feels like it's supposed to be just the cursor, though. Right? Doesn't it feel like it's supposed to be just the cursor? At least that's what it feels like to me. That's how it was in the first game. Alright, let's go to the flowchart. And then let's go... Ah, so we deviated. Alright, so we're gonna go back here. We're gonna start the sync again. So maybe to fix it, you need to completely exit the game and start it in full screen mode. That's what you just watched me do that. That's what I just did. Did you completely exit? You were here when I shut the game down.
This layer of Ryuki's Somnium appears...
Like, you said hello before I shut the game down.
A folding chair. Same as the kind in the interrogation room.
Sit.
Try sitting on it.
Appeal to his emotions?
Ryuki.
Alright, so this should... I'm curious. So this right here.
What is this?
I know. It fits. T-A-T.
I don't know.
No.
Intrusion thwarted.
No, didn't get it right. No. Menu. According to people on Steam, it happens to a lot of people. If you use borderless gaming, you can use the Windows key to hide. Wait. Windows key and scroll up. What? It's not working for me. Whoa. Wait, what? That's not supposed to happen. No, it's not working. Maybe this one? No. Weird. It seems like, it doesn't seem like it's supposed to be happening, though. Hold on. Oh, God, it's considered... Okay. The game's still running. Okay. This is gonna drive me crazy. Now, see, I played the first one in Borderless, too. Was it there in the first game, or am I just misremembering? There's the cursor. No, see, it's not there in the first game. Yeah. No, it's not. I'm not crazy. Yeah, that's weird. Hold on, though. 7798. Or 7796. Okay, so it was not there in the first game. So I guess it is a bug. Full screen. See, I was playing on borderless window, but yeah, see, now it's...
The Somnium Files, Nirvana Initiative.
Jury's still out on that? Yeah. Okay, so you said, let's load the game. Spoil the... I was just curious. I wanted to know if I was gonna guess it right.
Teleported here from a parallel world. Ryuki is supposed to be here. You were in charge of the HB case, weren't you?
Ryuki's memories may hold the answer.
Mizuki, the time limit within Somnium is 6 minutes.
Damn it. Damn it. I was so close to finally forgetting.
For me, it's distracting. So you said they pressed the Windows key in the icon to hide it? And the scroll button. Scroll lock. That's not working for me. Any which way, I guess I'll just deal with it. Or you checked everything. Ellipsis. I want alcohol.
I'm not leaving until you give me answers, so quit messing around.
I'm not leaving until you give me answers, so quit messing around.
You probably weren't listening to me at Brahmin, so I'll say it again.
No need. Tama told me earlier. Jin Furue's other half was found, but the body was alive until noon today. You want to know how? It's simple. Jin's left half flew here. It flew through time from the world 6 years ago.
What are you talking about? Ryuki, I looked inside your mind.
I know. You synced with me, didn't you?
Who was that person?
That person?
The person who was reaching out to you at the end of the Somnium. Tell me, something happened 6 years ago that I don't know about. What was it?
really want to know?
Yeah,
You could be putting yourself in danger.
I'm not afraid.
Okay.
Fine, then I'll tell you. But I'm sure there's no need to explain what happened on February 10th, 6 years ago.
Yeah, I was there, at the studio.
Alright, then I'll start from the part you don't know about. The day after the incident. February 11th.
Okay. Apparently, it's a separate program. Borderless Gaming, I was unaware. Oh, I have that program. Anyone Imagines, Ryuki Chapter 1. Abyss HQ, February 11th, Monday, 9:15. 6 years ago. Oh, it's the boss's team. Well, hello. It's Dante.
What's up, Ryuki?
Mr. Date.
Something is not right. Why are you in this body? About your face.
Is there something on my face?
Well, the face you have now isn't your real face, is it? You got your old body back through the new Cyclops serial killings case, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I decided to have a custom mask made. Everyone knows me by this face. Besides, this one is, more popular with the ladies.
I don't think it makes much of a difference.
Shut up!
By the way, Jin Fura didn't have a silicone mask on. I know because I x-rayed it. Wait, so he got a custom-made... He is in his original body. He just got a custom-made face. Okay. About the eye patch.
Looks cool, doesn't it? I'm wearing the patch because Iva ran away from home.
That's not the whole story, though, is it, Dante? You tried to watch a VR video of bikini girls splitting watermelons at the beach.
I can't do this anymore. I am done being your partner.
So Iva leapt out of Dante's eye socket and ended up at my place.
So she's at your house right now?
No, she's working on a top secret mission.
What mission?
If I told you, it wouldn't be top secret.
Okay. Oh, well, we never got to actually see her office from this kind of point. Did she get anything new? She did, though. Papers and Magazines was not here last... I mean, it was here, but you couldn't click on it. These stars were not here. Neither were these potted plants. The shogi piece was moved. It used to be right here. The clock was moved. It used to be right here. What else you get? Christmas tree still there. This is new. No, we actually never got to see this. This stuff right here is new too. Matryoshka is still here though. Tombstone's still here. This ball is new. AC. There's air blowing through the AC. Oh, nothing. Usually the AC was 100% guaranteed. It's a chair. I'm actually kind of curious. Hold on. Menu. Options. How big is big? Not really that big. Okay. I remember even seeing a Kappa there once. No, not really. Okay. It's a doorway. It's a shelf. Dante often takes me to places with red lanterns like this. Colorful balloons are floating. Wine bottles on display. It's a cabinet. A tombstone with RIP engraved in it. A ball. It looks like a regular ball, but it's actually a prototype version of an AI ball. Apparently, during the experimental stage, they used to screw it forcibly into the eye socket. No, they couldn't just put it... Oh, God. There's a bunch of bags on the grip shade racks. I guess this is how they don't bring back the voice actor for Falco. Oh, you know what? That actually might be the reason. They might not want to have to work with DC Douglas. That actually might be the reason. That seems difficult to water. Yeah, how do you water this? A hanging flower plot. I want to be a star employee, is what I was going to say, but then I decided against it. It's just like a DNA spiral. Well, DNA is double spiral. There's stars on the wall. A big key. It's not called a large key anymore. It looks like a ball, but it's actually a prototype version of an AI ball.
Maybe this case is like a Matryoshka doll.
That sounds deep, but I don't think that has anything to do with this case.
Okay. It's a Matryoshka doll. Shrunken... Yeah, a red lantern. It's a police poster on the wall.
What's wrong? You've been staring.
Oh, it's nothing.
I don't like broken clocks. It's a plaster figure. It's no longer on the ground. There are all sorts of things hanging on the coat hangers. There are files, documents, dojins, and there's those sort of things. What are those doing there? There are a door curtain. There's a door curtain for a Saba restaurant on the wall. There's a pendant on display.
How long are you going to keep that here?
Until I get a new boyfriend.
Then it's gonna stay there forever.
Date, I'm assigning you to Venezuela.
Good luck.
A Christmas tree.
I heard that's Boss's grandfather.
Don't fill his head with nonsense. That's not my grandfather. That's my grandfather's death mask.
Not any less weird.
There's a mysterious mask hanging on the wall. There's a mysterious mask hanging on the wall. There's a map on the wall.
You want to hear some juicy gossip? I heard they got transferred to Lemniscate.
Okay.
Good for them.
Hey, I'm your superior, you know. You should all at least pretend you're interested.
It's a boy band poster.
Ryuki, your heart rate is increasing. Don't tell me. You're imagining a woman's bathhouse, aren't you? Fantasizing about the shiny faucets.
Why would that part be my fantasy?
It's a door curtain for a bathhouse on the wall.
I haven't been on a board in a while. I wish I could go.
I think you've fallen your ass plenty already.
It's a stationary bike for indoor training.
I remember Mr. Date telling me, you like to hit that thing when you're feeling stressed out, right, boss?
Oh, no, I wouldn't do something so brutish. I just throw it against the wall.
That's even worse.
It's a symbol. It's a life preserver. Skis. It's a snowboard. Bullseye. It's a dart machine. Boss's desk.
I found out what that rug actually costs, by the way. Something like 500 million yen.
That's true. I confiscated it from a thief.
Are you allowed to do that?
It's a Persian rug worth 500 million yen. It's a PC on the desk. It's the kind with the monitor built into the computer. That's the same. Balls.
I'm a sucker for anything shiny or black.
What about cockroaches, boss? They're shiny and black.
Okay, I'm reducing your salary.
There's a coffee maker on the shelf. It's a bookshelf. There's all sorts of things on there. A jack-o'-lantern decoration for Halloween. It reads Happy Birthday. It seems to have been used at a birthday party long ago. It's a Shogi King piece for decoration.
Reminds me of you, boss.
Which part?
I remember her saying some factoids about tanukis that got spread around. That's probably what Mr. Dante is talking about. It's probably about the balls. A tanuki. A volleyball.
When I see that ball, it reminds me of my boyfriend from high school.
Yeah, you seem like the type who'd be into that.
It's a soccer ball.
That RC goes pretty fast.
Oh? How fast does it go?
3 million kilometers per second.
The universe would collapse if that were true.
It's an RC car here.
Did you know this doll can talk, Ryuki?
He's my childhood friend.
What? What are you talking about?
It's Mario.
It's me, Mario. Nice to meet you.
He talks?
It's Boss's friend, Mario. There's a big catch flag on the wall. A chain of origami rings. I think did we do everything? Nope. The ribbons are hanging from the ceiling. Gosh, she has so much more shit now. We did all this? Okay. Dante. It's my senior agent, Dante. Why are you here?
I thought you were on vacation.
Yeah, new labor laws. I'm supposed to be on break.
Then why are you here?
Well, why not? I was bored, so I thought I'd come play darts.
This is supposed to be a place of business. Could you not play around in here?
What? This room is full of things to play with.
About Jin Furo's murder.
I saw the news last night. I talked to Boss earlier too, so I know the gist of what's going on. A corpse suddenly appeared in the middle of a live stream, right? And for some reason, just the right half. Like it traveled through time and space.
Any advice on the investigation?
Advice? I only give advice when I'm drinking. Shall we?
It's not even noon yet.
Who cares? I'm on vacation.
Well, I'm not.
Come on. My treat, as usual.
I've seen Mr. Dante drunk several times before, but not once have I seen him open his wallet.
I'll just handle this myself.
What? Drink with me.
Any advice on the investigation?
There's a real cozy bar in Omiya I know about. I think you'll like it.
All the bartenders are sexy women, aren't they?
How did you know?
And why Omiya of all places?
You don't know? Saitama is hot right now.
It's warm at this time of year?
That's not what I meant.
Saitama is a province located north of Tokyo with a population of around 7 million. Omiya is the capital of Saitama. Oops. Omiya has a stop for bullet trains and arenas where even Johnny's group performs. What is this? There are tons of stores Dante might like. Omiya is a really fashionable city. Yeah, I wanna get on a bullet train one day. Those things seem so cool. What are you looking at?
I see a stupid-looking man's face. Like this.
This is how I appear in Tama's vision. How are you?
It's all right now, because I am here! Half might, half for all, we are full-time heroes!
Ryuki?
You feeling okay?
Maybe we should have a doctor take a look at him.
What? You can do it.
Yeah, I'll try.
You'll try? What the hell is that? Why don't you say it like you mean it, asshole? It's your duty to solve this case. This is why you're here, isn't it?
You seem tired.
Don't worry, I'm fine.
You're trying to convince yourself, aren't you? Poor Ryuki, you're exhausted.
Alright, close the AI site.
I got it, Tama. You can close it.
What are you looking at? Oh no, he's gonna do it again.
What are you looking at, Ryuki?
I was just looking at the round...
Pervert.
No. That's not what I meant.
You can touch him if you want to.
No, you absolutely cannot.
Okay. About Tama. Her name is Tama. She's a kind of robot known as an AI ball, and right now I suppose her gender is set to female. She's usually nest in my left eye socket and supports me on investigation. She's my left eye and also my partner. Most of my conversations with Tama are done in my mind. That goes for when she's in my eye socket and while she's out and about like this.
Tama, show me the news.
That's not how you ask for a favor, is it?
I beg of you, Lady Tama.
How about this?
Tama is connected to my brain through a wireless link. That's how we're able to exchange information while Tama is out of my eye socket. Wait, Tama.
I said news, not nudes.
Okay, so that's not gonna go away. Why are you here?
Nice and soft. It feels kind of soothing being here.
Anything to promote office wellness.
What are you talking about?
Well then, you won't mind if I join you. I'm kidding.
About the video link in the CR and the CR code.
Wanna see it again?
No, not this again.
No. Thank you.
Yeah, no thanks.
What is it, Ryuki?
The QR code on that sign was shown during the live stream too.
Yeah, quite clearly.
That means it was seen by people around the world.
They say the ViewCube video and the link got several million views.
The account is already deleted, but you know how it is. People uploaded copies to other sites almost immediately.
That means the actual number of people who saw it is several times greater.
Anything strange happened since?
What do you mean?
Maybe a bunch of people being sent to the hospital after seeing the video or something.
No, I haven't heard any reports like that so far.
I see.
Like I said, the uploader of the original video is unknown.
Okay. Boss is sitting on the desk. Hey, Intra. Hello. I took them from Belgium to Germany a couple times. Johnny is slang for boy bands in Japan. Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, I didn't know that. 250 miles in 2 hours. To speed top speed 200 miles an hour on a test track. In reality, the top speed is close to 120 miles an hour. Most people don't enjoy the G-force produced at 200 miles an hour. Yeah, it's something that I would like to experience. You have to open the game in borderless gaming. You should be able to use window and control lock to hide the cursor. Okay. How late were you out drinking last night?
What? You went to a host club in Kabukicho after the investigation, didn't you?
Who would do such a thing?
I mean, you usually do that.
I went straight home last night. I can't be out drinking every night. My kid would never let me hear the end of it.
I'm sorry.
Kid?
Yeah, my little girl. At least, I think she's a little girl. I didn't spot any dangly bits, so unless she says otherwise.
I had no idea you had a daughter, boss.
Neither did I.
I didn't know either. Why'd you keep that a secret all this time?
It wasn't a secret. No one asked.
Okay. So she has a daughter. This is quite the incident.
Yeah, the entire country's been talking about it all day.
Not just Japan, but the whole world. A body sliced in half suddenly appeared in the middle of a broadcast, and then there was that weird QR code too. I'd be surprised if it didn't go viral.
But how strange. There was a blackout before the corpse appeared, right? So why didn't the stream get cut off?
That's a good question. Any leads?
It hasn't even been half a day. No new info for you yet. Jin's left half hasn't been found yet either.
Why did his right half burst into flames like that?
We're still looking into it. But I was told they haven't recovered any mechanical or electrical pieces.
So it wasn't a time bomb.
Do you think it could have been spontaneous combustion?
Who knows?
What was it then?
Okay then. Tama and I will continue the investigation.
Oh, wait. Before you go, there's one thing I want you to be careful about. Abyss is having issues with the communication network right now. Any data obtained by your AI ball can't be uploaded to the cloud.
Yeah, I can't do any backups right now. I can only save data inside my body's storage.
So we'll be in big trouble if you break.
Yes, any data saved from today on will be lost.
Understood. We'll be careful.
So, where do you plan on going first?
I thought we'd start by asking around for more info. I haven't been able to talk to the people who are at the scene much yet.
Mizuki, Iris, Moma, Chenpei, and Andy's Komeiji, the host.
Do you have their locations?
Yes, I've obtained each of their locations through the GPS on their smartphones. First, Mizuki is at a place called Matsushita Diner.
Ota's place.
Iris seems to be on the campus of Sekiba High.
Oh, that's new.
Makes sense. She's a student there, after all.
Moma and Chinpei are at the Kumakura office.
Right, the Dragon and Lanterns place.
And finally, Komeiji. He seems to be on the rooftop amusement park at Misatan.
Misatan? That department store in Shinjuku?
Do you want to ride along for the investigation, Mr. Date?
I'm not gonna work on my day off. I'm not that bored.
Bored enough to come here?
There are many types of boredom. This is different.
Well, Ryuki, I'm counting on you.
Right. Leave it to me.
Tama, you take care of Ryuki, okay?
Always.
Okay. Alright. Don't you think it's wonderful you're talking about it? Talking about what?
Worried about relationships?
I'm not human. No.
Worried about work?
No.
Yes. Worried about health?
That's right.
Is your image on your mind?
Is my image on my mind? As in my out to... I want to be prettier. I want to be skinnier. I've given up already. I'm hairy. Let's see. I've given up already.
I guess that's possible. Are you sick?
My body's okay. My you-know-what is. My stomach is. It's pretty bad. My you-know-what is.
That must be rough. Just to confirm, you're a man, right? Do you have a thingy between your legs or not? I have some good medicine for you. It's a liquid. Put it on a Q-tip and put it in the hole. I think that'll make it better. Oh, I was talking about your nose.
Uh-huh, sure, I bet you were. Costumes are now available for previous cleared scenes.
I'll dress up the way you like.
Pretty girls don't just fall from the sky.
Pretty girls don't just fall from the sky.
But a certain director once said that eroticism rains down from the sky.
Who said that? Evaluation. Oh, because I got the achievement. Oh, yeah, it tells you the... Okay, alright. Oh, that's cool. It tells you the achievements inside the game. That's nice, to be honest. The Tamagotchi. What track and field event do you like? The 200-meter dash, the 800-meter dash, the 400-meter dash, the 100-meter dash. It's definitely not the 800-meter dash, that's for sure. I hate running. 100-meter, because that's the least amount of running I'd ever do. I won't lose for surety. Okay. Gotcha. Did we get any on the 6 years ago? Yeah. Yeah, we finally did. Oh, wow, this upgraded tremendously. Oh, Komaji. Oh, 6 years ago as in the... Okay, alright, I see. They mean 6 years ago as in the events of this game, not last game. Okay, alright, that makes sense. I thought they meant last game. Boss, she is 43. Likes wine, gourd dolls, anything shiny and black. Dislikes tidying up nuclear families. What does that even mean? Ex-boyfriends, her superiors at HQ. Frequenting host clubs in Kabukicho. Okay. So, 43. Wait, does that mean that she's 49? What? She definitely does not look 49, that's for sure. Alright, save. Current. Data save. Okay, I'm gonna do what you said. I'm gonna do what you said, Tara, because... Let's see. Exit. I forget how you do it exactly. I have the program you're talking about. Borderless. Then I think you go to AI. Launch. Oh no, wrong one. Oops. AI. Launch. Just do. Let's do full screen and. Okay. Okay. Applications. Favorites automatically. Okay. Alright, quit. Just to see if it. Okay. And then. Doop. Launch it again. I wish most games boot up this fast on PC. This is nice. Okay, so then you said scroll. Windows and scroll lock to hide the cursor. That's the same. No, nothing's changed. No. Weird.
Ryuki is supposed to be here? You were in charge of the HB case, weren't you?
Ryuki's memories may hold the answer.
Mizuki, the time limit within Somnium is 6 minutes.
Damn it. Damn it. I was so close to finally forgetting.
Oh no,
Something happened 6 years ago that
No,
I don't know
I get
about.
it.
What
Thanks for
was
the
it?
suggestion. I could be doing something wrong too. Huh? No, can't get it to work. Oh well. Thanks for the suggestion. To answer your question from earlier, I didn't watch any of the Skull and Bones stuff. No, I'm not interested in that game. And for your question yesterday, I haven't looked at the collection versions of God of War yet at all. Wait, Dante has his body back? So in this no. He's in his original body. He just got a face mask to look like his old body because he said this face is more recognizable for him anyway. But as mentioned in chat, and I think that's probably the real reason, his bodies had two different voice actors. The number 89 had DC Douglas. And I guess they probably wanted to keep this voice actor instead. Because this is the one we spend time with like 95% of the game in the first game. And DC Douglas himself has had issues as of late. So there could also be the thing that they didn't want to work with DC Douglas. So maybe that's why he looks like this. Let's go to the high school. We've never been here before. This is our car? It's a limo. Sikiba High. I think I pronounced that right. February 11th, Monday. Yeah, oh, hey, it's the mermaid from Sunfish Pocket.
Iris, how are you feeling? Still upset about last night?
I'm okay. I recover pretty quick from these things. See? I'm bouncing right back. Bouncy, bouncy, bouncy bunny!
Ryuki, would you mind hitting her with a German suplex?
Ugh.
later. By the way, you're...
Is it going to be the same voice actress?
That's Mommy. She's one of my best friends.
Oh, they actually gave her a name.
Nice to meet you. My name is Amame Doi.
It is the same. It is the same voice actor. Nice. Amane Doi.
I'm a third year at Sekiba High, and I'm in the same dance club as Iris. I'm a super hyper cutie miracle beauty.
Ryuki, I think we should leave.
Hold on. In dance club? Huh.
Huh. You just pictured me in a leotard, didn't you?
What's up with the smug face?
No?
Oh, it's a pervert! Somebody call the police!
I am the police.
Oh, come to think of it, you were on the quiz show last night, weren't you?
Yes.
Your name started with an R, I think.
Yeah.
Mr. Rero Taro, was it?
Yeah, that's it.
It's Ryuki!
I see. Mr. Ryuki Rerotaro.
Oh, God. This is just like a classroom inside Persona 2. Yeah. These are lockers lined up. It's a door to a classroom. It's a blackboard. It's a window. Is it the student's desk?
This is an all-girls school, so obviously there are only female students.
Okay.
So it's not like I don't understand why you'd want to stroke that chair, but...
I do not.
It's a monitor used for class. Aname. Anything else? Guess not. Nope. It's a chair. But yeah, I didn't know there was a stream for Skull and Bones until I turned on Twitch and I saw there was one. I've never been interested in that game. I haven't even played Black Flag, which is the game that gave birth to the concept yet, so. And it's Ubisoft's, and I don't trust Ubisoft at all. I've played 3 Ubisoft games for the first time in like a long time, and I enjoyed Far Cry 6, but it's not a game I would go back and replay. Not really. You can X-ray?
Whoa! Amame turned into a skeleton!
It's an X-ray.
Why are we...
Anyway, the girl does have some nice femurs. I'd love to get inside those for a taste of the marrow.
What is wrong with you?
I can see Aname's skeleton. It's Aname Doi. Her friends call her Mane. Oh, let's see. What's your career path after graduation?
You could say I'm a part-timer. It's just me and my mom back home, so money's tight. I don't have time to go to college or a specialty school.
But Mommy is so smart. She always has the best grades, even though she doesn't go to class much.
I've been busy with my part-time job and dance practice.
Where do you work?
I work as a mermaid at a gaudy maid cafe called Sunfish Pocket. Mermaids are what they call the maids that work there.
They wear these cute mermaid outfits as they serve the customers? I know because I used to work at Sunfish Pocket a long time ago. Mommy works there at night after dance practice.
How late do you work?
Don't tell anyone, but until about 11.
Even when you were 17?
Yes, ever since I was 16.
That's a violation of Article 61 of the Labor Standards Act. Though it would be the employer who would be penalized.
I lied to the manager about my age. So according to my profile, I'm 20 years old right now.
That's a bit...
I'm sorry. Please don't arrest me. My family's poor, so I need to keep working.
Wait a minute. The labor standards law, Article 61 dictates that you cannot employ anyone younger than 18 from 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. Huh. About the incident last night.
I know about the incident. I was watching the live stream of that quiz show.
Okay. About Jin Furrer.
I don't think there's anyone from our generation that doesn't know who he is. He's famous for having a sharp tongue. He used to write a bunch of completely lame articles and critiques online. He used to start up stupid internet drama crap on Twitter, too.
Amame has a pretty sharp tongue herself.
His main job was being the CEO of Music Food. I guess that's like the president of the company? I think I read an article online that said he started the business when he was 22.
But his history before then is shrouded in mystery. And no one knows anything about his childhood, right?
Yeah. He was a pretty mysterious figure.
Music Food is a subscription music service. It's mainly focuses on Japanese music, so it's not a widely known service worldwide. But they do have 10 million subscribers, so I'm sure they make a good profit. Okay. So, Japanese Spotify. Gotcha.
Iris is sitting on a chair.
Leering at an 18-year-old. That's a bit creepy, don't you think?
I was not leering. Iris is just sitting on a chair. I have no further commentary.
Now you're trying too hard.
Well, what do you want me to say?
Without a hint of lecturous intent, I'm looking at Iris sitting on the chair. German suplex.
Clickety-clack, clickety-clack. I boiled a potato and my socks in a sack.
Mr. Ryuki.
Are you okay?
What? The song Ryuki was just singing was German soup socks, I think. Okay. She did lose an eye last game, but that was on a route that was not the final route. That route she ended up dying. That was the only route she lost an eye. Is class over?
Don't you know today is February 11th? National Foundation Day.
Oh, right. Then why are you at school?
Well, how do I put this? I just felt compelled.
I can only wear this uniform and attend this school for about another month or so.
So I invited Mame, and we just kind of ended up here.
Iris and Amame are third years. They'll be graduating soon.
Why were you on the show last night?
The agency I belong to, Lemniscate, received a request for me to appear. They wanted me and one more person to participate as a pair, but we couldn't find anyone with an opening in their schedule. And that's why Mizuki ended up going instead.
Okay, so that makes sense why Mizuki was there. About the incident last night.
I'm sorry, I don't know anything about it. It did feel like some sort of paranormal phenomenon, though.
Paranormal?
Like I mentioned last night, maybe that body teleported here from some other world. The other half could have been absorbed into some other dimension, and that split the body in two.
Speaking of which, there are rumors that people who watched that video and disappeared could have also been swallowed into another dimension.
What? No. What's this about being swallowed into another dimension?
That QR code video. A similar video went viral about half a year ago.
The Bats 490 video. Supposedly people who saw it suddenly vanished.
So, they say those who went missing were taken into another dimension.
Huh. You watch the video and you go into another dimension? Okay. Did you also see the Bats 490 video?
Yes.
So did I.
But you two haven't disappeared.
Yeah.
That's because we haven't decoded it.
There's a code hidden inside Bats 490.
They say the code reveals a specific location.
You have to go there to get taken into another dimension.
And the people who decrypted the code all said the same thing before vanishing.
I've learned the secret of the world.
But no one knows what that secret is.
Okay. Sounds like... Oh,
Genny, I told you to wait for me at the gate, didn't I?
Yeah, but I got here a bit early.
His name is Gen Ishiagane. He's the owner of the fusion restaurant Brahman in Golden Yokocho.
why is...
Though, I'm sure you already know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been there many times. But why is Gen here?
Yeah.
Huh, if it isn't Mr. Ryuki. Are you here to investigate that case by any chance?
Yes, I was talking to Iris about it.
I also watched the quiz show last night. Several people I know were on it.
Why are you dressed like this? You're freakishly tall, too. It's Geni Ishiagane, the owner of the fusion restaurant Brahman. There was also a bar named Brahman in Yakuza. Why are you here?
I drove here to pick up Amame and Iris. I need them to help out at work tonight.
Oh, I'm sorry, Genny. Something came up.
Oh, I see.
I'm free though. I can still help.
That'd be great.
You two are close with Gen, huh?
Yeah. We're just a big ol' happy threesome.
That was a weird way to phrase it.
Amame visited Brahman a lot, even back when it was in Yotsuya.
Once it moved to Golden Yokocho, I took Iris there.
You've been to Brahman too, Mr. Ryuki?
Of course. I've been there several times. Mr. Date took me there.
Mr. Date? So you must know Mr. Date too, Genny.
I've known him for a long time. We're so close, we've seen each other's buttholes.
Wow, what a small world.
Is she really going to ignore the butt part?
Yeah, she is. What ability do you want? Future sight, X-ray, time control, telepathy. Oh man, this is actually a hard question. X-ray sight? I don't care. Time control? Future sight? Telepathy. Asking the hard-hitting questions. I gotta go with telepathy. I want to 2E. Okay. Were you able to get in easily?
Oh, are you asking because I'm wearing this mask? It was fine. The security for this school is practically non-existent. There are tons of places on the grounds without any fences or security cameras.
So you didn't walk in through the front gate?
I couldn't have, dressed like this. A guard would have stopped me.
There's a reason he always wears the mask. He would scare people off if he took it off. I haven't seen him without his mask myself, but that's what he said. Suddenly, supposedly it's something he was born with. He got called a monster when he was a kid. All right. I'd like to try Mr. Gen's cooking.
You're more than welcome to visit anytime.
Genny's cooking is amazing. Everything he makes is so good. My tongue could fall right off. Personally, I think his place and Matsushita Diner are competing for the #1 spot.
Come on now, don't compare my restaurant with a place like that. The cooking there was superb when Takuro was still the man behind the chef's knife, but now it's his son Ota running things. He doesn't know the first thing about cooking. His dishes are missing the most important condiment.
And that is?
Well, I think we got enough info here for now. Ryuki, wanna get going?
Sounds good.
God, he's so huge. Well, I didn't expect for her to be in the game and for them to also give her a name. All right, Matsushita Diner, Kumakura's office. Let's go to the department store. That's the second new place in the game. Department store Shaitan. Oh God, we're on the roof.
Shoma, my little boy, he's in elementary school. One day I wake up, go to the bathroom mirror, and I have writing on my forehead. It must have been Shoma. He had been learning letters in school recently. Anyway, he writes, Death Tub. And I'm thinking, Death Tub? Is that what he meant? Is he trying to tell me something? Then Shoma saw my face and started busting out laughing. And I was thinking, what's so funny? That's when I realized, when you see Death Tub in the mirror, God of Energy, Inti, Pachaka Max! Another story about Shoma. One day I got a call from school and a rather heavy-set vice principal told me, Your Shoma called me a pig of all things! I apologized, then gave Shoma a talking to. Listen here, Shoma. Don't you ever call the vice principal that again. He said, Okay, I won't call the vice principal a pig anymore, but it's okay if I call a pig vice principal, right? I say, sure, why not? So then as the kid is leaving, he says, I'm sorry, can I go play with my friends now, vice principal? God of Energy, Inti, Pachaka Max!
Yeah, that was really good, yes.
Are you finished?
Well, you're the only one here. You're Mr. Ryuki from the Metropolitan Police Department, right? You came here to talk about what happened?
Yes.
Then let's go somewhere else to talk. You prefer someplace quieter, right?
I mean, it can't get any more quieter than right here. Wait, are we in the ride?
Wait, the Ferris wheel?
Well, why not?
Alone with a middle-aged man in an enclosed space? This is not what I had in mind.
I mean, you were laughing at his jokes. What's the... Do you actually go all the way up? Do you? It's the door to the gondola.
Look, the ants are like people.
It's the other way around. Wait, the other way around doesn't sound right either.
The people are ants? I can see the cityscape out the window. Can you... Are you not able to... How do you pronounce his name? Yo Inaharu. Yo Inaharu? I know that's Haru. Idan? Inda? Inda? Is sitting in front of me. Thanks, Intra. Thank you. Thanks for the welcome backs. Your clothes.
Oh, this? It's my one and only stage outfit.
Okay.
This sharp little bow tie is the highlight. My boy bought it for me last year.
Bow ties are somewhat unusual. Traditional ties are more common.
But you weren't wearing that tie last night, were you?
Oh, I wasn't. I tend to take it off or put it on based on how I'm feeling.
Do you come to the stage a lot?
Yeah, the owner of the Misaton department store took a liking to me. He's given me the opportunity to appear several times now.
Okay. Oh, look, we're at the top. We're going down. Yonaharu? That's how you pronounce his name? Yonaharu. Inda. Oh, it's Inda. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. It's Na. All right. Why a Ferris wheel?
I love Ferris wheels. I like anything that continuously spins around, actually. Plane propellers, washing machines, the beds at love hotels.
There used to be rotating beds at love hotels a long time ago.
How do you know that?
Yeah.
Just like life, isn't it? With its ups and downs. We rotate around the same places over and over.
Well, the beds at love hotels don't go up and down, though. Although, I guess they do, in a way.
My boy is just like me, you know?
Shoma? You mentioned him on stage earlier.
Yes, he really loves this Ferris wheel too. He's almost in middle school and he still comes here by himself all the time. He talks like he's all grown up, but he's still a kid inside.
With your love of Ferris wheels, I'd say you're still a kid on the inside too.
You got a point there. You're probably right.
About Shoma.
He's right in the middle of his rebellious stage, so he's been a handful. His mother hasn't been around for about 3 years now.
Was it a divorce?
Yeah. She got sick of me and left the house.
Why do I feel like he's lying? Does I feel like he's lying? Why did you host the quiz show?
You know I'm a comedian now, but when I was in my early 20s, I was working as a regular company employee. I appeared on several quiz shows on the side and ended up winning first place many times.
Komeiji was famous as a quiz king ever since he was a student. He even had worshippers who lauded him as the quiz god.
Thinking back, that may have been the peak of my life. Adored wherever I went, everyone buying me all sorts of things. Maybe I shouldn't have taken advantage of the situation like I did. I was so enamored by the glamorous celebrity life. I've always loved comedy, so I strived to become a comedian. And after that, well, it's just as you saw on that stage.
I wonder why there wasn't an audience. It was so funny.
I can only imagine. Why did you host the quiz show?
Ah, I haven't told you yet, have I? The producer for that show knew about me from my Quiz King days. He thought I could tell all sorts of anecdotes and gave me an offer to host the show. Ah, right. Sorry for calling you Team Popo back then. It was in the script. Didn't really have a choice.
By the way, Iris and Mizuki were called Team Lambascate Moma and Shinpei were called Team Yakuza. Okay. About last night's incident.
I'm sorry. I have no idea what happened. I was just invited there and hosted the show as requested. Then that body suddenly appeared.
Did you know Jin, the victim?
I've never met him. I do know he was hated for his extreme narcissism and ego. If I had to guess, the motive was probably a grudge. Someone must have had a grudge against him and did that.
Is this supposed to be like... Is this supposed to be like a play on of like Elon Musk? Smells like alcohol.
Ah, does it?
A little.
A lot is more like it. Komechi's blood alcohol level is 0.12%, the early stages of inebriation.
I just couldn't get over what happened last night and ended up drinking too much. I wanted to forget about everything. I had to drink.
You didn't have to.
Sorry I couldn't help, Mr. Ryuki. I wish you luck with the investigation. I'm rooting for you. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Yeah, that wasn't really that helpful. But we did learn a bit about him. There's all sorts of games here, like arcade games and games of chance. There's a row of vending machines here. There's a bench. Drinking after seeing someone literally cut in half? Fair enough. Most people would probably find some other methods of escape. True. There's a Ferris wheel. A trash can. A stage used for events. Seats for the audience. There's a spinning airplane ride. Wait, what was the other one? There's a ride that loops around the rooftops when you use the pedals. Oh, this thing? Yeah, okay. Alright, well. Let's go see Moma. Let's save Oda. Let's save chat's favorite character for last. Right? Let's save him for last. Let's save Oda for last.
Wait, you're the director of that quiz show, Shinpei?
You got a problem with that?
No, but...
I told you, he got out. He's making an honest living as a civilian these days. Ain't that right? That's right, boss. Stop calling me that. You're not a member of the gang anymore.
What? Say that again? You're the director of that quiz show?
Wait, you're the director of that quiz show, Shinpei?
What? Is the skinny Yakuza guy here? The skinny Yakuza guy's not here. I guess he got out too, huh? It seems like there's files in the shelf. It's a window.
A dragon with a gold ball. Kind of like us, Ryuki.
You're not made of gold, though.
It's a dragon with a golden ball. Yeah, I assume the skinny guy got out as well. He's not here. He got married.
There are a lot of lanterns lined up here.
Maybe Moma hung them up.
Wait, who's hung? Who?
Huh? Moma?
Moma's hung, huh?
Ugh.
That's not what I said.
Oh, God. It's Moma's lantern collection. It's the Kumakura's chest crest on display. It's a family altar. Oh, they changed it. It's not called a Shinto shrine anymore.
I hacked into it. There are a ton of videos of salmon laying eggs in there.
I don't...
What?
think that's a problem? We all have our own interests.
What? There's a PC on top of the desk. It's a chairman's desk. It's a keyboard for the PC. It's a door connecting to the next room. A gang member's desk. There is all sorts of things on it. Is the phone here? There's a phone on the desk. It's a chair. It's a coffee table.
Help! I've been flattened!
What?
Did you just hear something?
No, nothing.
Oh, just so you know, that thing's fake. It's not a real tiger.
It's a tiger rug on the floor.
Do, re, mi, sofa.
Okay. All right. There's a partition right in front of the doorway. There are lockers lined up on the wall. It's a door. This month's plans are laid out on a whiteboard. 25th, how to go viral on... Wait. How to go viral on Kicktop Workshop. It's some sort of permit. There's a piece of paper with some general principles written on it. It reads, no dating apps allowed. It's a piece of paper with listing our general principles on the wall. What UMA do you like? The Chupacabra, Bigfoot, Mothman, the Loch Ness Monster. Isn't the Chupacabra of Mexican origin? Bigfoot and Mothman are American. What is the Loch Ness Monster? Mothman's from Virginia, or West Virginia, I think. I don't know where Bigfoot, the story of Bigfoot comes from. I think the Chupacabra is from Mexico. What about the Loch Ness Monster? I don't know anything about the Loch Ness Monster. Does anybody in chat have any ideas? I have no idea. Well, people think I'm Mexican, so I'll pick Chupacabra. Sure. It's called Chupacabra because it sucks on blood like a chalupa. A chupa. Okay.
I came to say thanks to the boss for yesterday. I was thinking of going to Akiba. This place is on the way.
Why Akiba?
Well, I need to stop by a maid cafe.
Maid cafe?
Yeah, it's called Sunfish Pocket. My girlfriend works there.
He has a girlfriend at Sunfish Pocket? It's Chupe Wagi, a former member of the Kumakoras. About why you left the group.
My girl has a baby on the way right now. So we decided to get married, but her parents wouldn't approve of it. Said they wouldn't let me have their daughter unless I got out of the business. I agonized over the decision. So much that I could only eat 2 slices of pizza instead of the usual 3. But a man has to do what a man has to do. Right? So I made up my mind to talk to the boss about it. But before I could...
Oh, I get it. Then I'll try asking him for you.
And Moma listened to Iris.
What? I didn't have any ulterior motives, so don't get it twisted.
Why did you become the director of the show?
I actually used to attend a vocational school to learn about film. I wanted to be a porn director. I used the connections I got there to reach out to a production company for online shows.
At least he's honest.
I was promoted to director right away. Supposedly, the last director ran away, so they really needed me to take his place.
All right. That checks out. Why was the director one of the contestants?
We didn't have enough people. The quiz show needed 3 teams of 2 to answer questions. We tried hard, but couldn't get together that last team. I had no choice but to participate myself, so I invited the boss to go with me.
And MoMA agreed to participate?
Well, you know, it was a request from one of my precious underlings, after all.
I convinced him by saying Tessa would be there too. Then he agreed right away.
Bigfoot is also known to be northern British Columbia, Canada. Loch Ness Monster is from a lake in Scotland. Oh, really? Oh, I didn't know this. From Lake Ness? Oh, I didn't know. No, I don't know anything about the Loch Ness Monster. No. Hey, Cypers. Hello. Maybe if we're lucky, the game will just forget Oda exists. Maybe. About the case.
Sorry, but I haven't found anything that might be a lead.
What about the rest of the staff?
They'll probably tell you the same thing.
The detectives from HQ have already questioned the rest of the staff. Their report is uploaded on the database. 0 clues. There isn't any information that could help us at all.
Okay. About the other contestants. That show was supposed to run for 6 hours straight from 6 to midnight, but it wasn't the same contestants the whole time. They were supposed to swap out every hour. Our audience was slated for 9 p.m.
Wouldn't know anything about the others. I already turned in the list of contestants to the cops. Why don't you try hitting them up one by one?
The other detectives already took care of that a while back. No clues there either. There haven't been any reports of suspicious individuals.
Okay. Hey, have a good rest of your day, Lander. Why were you on the show last night?
Didn't he just say so earlier? It is what it is.
Did Chunpei's resignation go smoothly?
Yeah, I didn't take his finger or anything. We're not doing any of that outdated cutting off your finger deal.
After all, the Kumakuras are a gang with morals.
Sounds like an oxymoron. Like a vegan zombie.
About the case.
I'm pissed about the case, too. That co-appearance was like a dream come true. The whole show was ruined. I'd love to get my hands on the bastard responsible.
A dream come true?
The boss and Tessa got to...
Shut it! Anyway, I'd love to help you with your investigation and all, but unfortunately, I don't have any info that might be useful to you.
Do you have any leads at all?
I don't know what to tell you.
Did you see any suspicious people hanging around the studio, for example?
Suspicious people? I guess the only one who comes to mind is Kameji.
Kameji? You mean...
Yeah, Andy's Kameji, the host. Supposedly he has connection to the Yakuza. I'm not talking about our group, of course. It's just something I heard at a meeting with the street bosses. Word is he's involved in some dangerous transactions. Though that might not have anything to do with last night.
Okay.
Kameji has connections with the Yakuza? Could it be true?
Let's figure that out later. You need to gather intel for now.
Got it. Then let's go somewhere else.
I'm sorry, Chad. We only got one more place to go. It's the Matsushita Diner. I'm sorry. Please don't be there. Please don't be there. Please don't be there. Matsushita Diner, February 11th, Monday. Who's this? Oh, it's Oda. Who's this? Customers?
Man, this sucks. I already talked my jaw off yesterday.
That was with the local detective, right? I haven't heard anything yet.
Big sis, perhaps you should help them?
Big sis.
Ah, that's just what I call Mizuki.
Ah, and you're...
My name is Kizuna. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Hi, I'm from the Metropolitan Police Department.
Ryuki, right? You were on that quiz show last night.
Aren't you the... It's a clock. The hands aren't moving, though. I don't like broken clocks.
Salt, pepper, spices, and...
It says Ota's black sauce. Wow, it's stuffed so tight.
Why did you say it like that?
It's a mysterious condiment on the table. There's a mysterious condiment on the
A
table.
lot of dates on that calendar. Why not go on a date with me?
No thanks.
Fortune is written on the colored paper.
What are you doing?
Haven't you heard? If you meow at a lucky cat statue, happiness will come your way.
I see.
Okay. It's a window.
See something you like, Ryuki?
No.
I'll sell you that poster for 1,000 yen.
No thank you.
So for 10 bucks, huh? It's a floor cushion. Or probably like 9.23 or something like that. There's a beer poster on the wall. Although I hear the yen has been dropping. There are strips of paper with money written on them on the wall. There's a swinging door installed here. There's a family photo on display. A cordless phone. A stool. A chair without a backrest.
Hey, Mizuki. Isn't that your chair?
Hey, Ota! Does this place have fire insurance?
A table. A counter. There are autographs from famous people on display.
You want me to smack your butt, Ket, Ryuki?
No.
It's a bucket. There's a mop leaning against the table. I actually like the swap personalities, the female being the horny one with the man as the straight character is rather refreshing. Is it? I guess it is, yeah, isn't it? Because it's usually, like, what, 9-1 the other way? It's a doorway to the diner.
Kizzy, if you wanted to change the light bulbs or something, you can stack the cases there and stand on top of them.
No, thank you. I have absolutely no desire to do so.
Empty beer cases.
Mr. Ryuki, there's a video of Tessa playing Muleku. Wanna watch?
Maybe later.
What is that sprite? Why did he look like he was dead? It's a bookshelf. It's a lucky cat statue.
Look, Ryuki! A jellyfish!
It's a stool.
It's a stool. It's a CRT TV. Okay. Just a customer, I guess? Excuse me.
Maybe you shouldn't talk to that guy. He seems pretty drunk.
He's drinking non-alcoholic beer.
What do you want, jerk?
I was not aware you could get drunk from non-alcoholic beverages.
How are you?
It's all right now, because I am here. How are you, young boy?
Guess he's not doing too good.
Your name?
Pardon me, but may I ask your name?
There's no response. He seems to be depressed. Aren't we all? Ta-da. There's a load table on the Zanshiki set. I can see the kitchen on the other side of the counter. Who's this? It's Kazuna Cheetah. Or Cheetah? Yeah, Cheetah. Are you a student at Tsubiki High?
I am indeed. How did you know?
Your uniform?
Don't tell me you're a uniform buffer, Yuki. I didn't take you for a pervert.
Kizzy is good friends with Iris and Mame too. Oh, you don't know about Mame, do you?
Do you mean Amame Doi?
Yeah.
Then I do know her. I met her at Sekiba High earlier.
Iris and Mame belong to the same dance club as I. It was through them that I was introduced to Big Sis.
But why do you call her Big Sis? She's younger than you. You like dancing, huh?
Yes, I most certainly do. However, I am not very good at it.
That's not true. You've even won a dancing competition before.
That was nothing more than a fluke. Iris is a far better dancer.
Why do you call Mizuki that?
This is a bit difficult to explain. I just sensed a certain elegance to Mizuki that was characteristic of an older sister.
Is that a compliment?
Tama, how old is Kizuna?
18, same as Iris. They're in their third year, so they're graduating soon. In other words, Mizuki is a whole 6 years younger than Kizuna.
And she calls her Big Sis. Interesting. About the incident last night.
I was watching that quiz show live as well. Then, goodness, I couldn't believe it. That corpse suddenly appeared on the screen. I couldn't sleep last night from the shock of it all. I was worried about Big Sis and Iris as well.
Yeah, you called me a bunch, I remember.
You witnessed the corpse with your own eyes, did you not? Are you certain you're okay?
I'm totally fine.
Your mental fortitude is admirable.
I've been through a lot is all.
Mizuki. I saw Mr. Dante earlier.
Huh. And?
I mean, Mr. Date is like your foster father, so I thought I'd let you know just in case.
Foster father? I'm the one taking care of him. I'm paying the rent and utility bills too.
Oh.
Oh, I know of Mr. Date as well. He is quite close with Iris, so I have the honor of being on friendly terms with him as well.
Okay. Shouldn't you be in school?
Today is February 11th, National Foundation Day.
Oh yeah, it is. So why are you here?
Why else? To eat some of Ota's cooking. I brought my friend Kizzy with me.
And I appreciate your business.
Where were you on the show last night? Why were you on the show last night? I already heard the details from Iris, but confirming the consistency of the testimony is part of my job.
Iris had an offer to appear on the show, so she was asked to bring another talent from Lemniscate, but no one could make it, so I decided to go instead. As the president of Lemniscate, I couldn't just turn it down.
President? Aren't you 12?
It's a long story. I ended up taking over the company after Daddy.
Any clues?
Sorry, but I don't know anything. I just went on the show like Iris asked, and then a body showed up out of nowhere. I've heard about Jin Furue, but it's not like I knew him personally. Sorry, I can't really help.
Mizuki is sitting in front of me. Your name?
Are you Mr. Ota Matsushita?
Oh, you heard of me? Did you talk to Date or something?
Yeah, something like that.
He's linked to the new Cyclops serial killings. That's how I know his name and age.
Ota is 24. 1 year older than you, Ryuki.
Yeah, that's why I'm being polite.
Does anyone else work here?
Nah.
Ota handles the cooking, serving, and accounting all by himself.
That's right.
Tama, are there any legal issues with this?
Not at all. His mother, Mayumi Matsushita, holds the proper certification for food hygiene.
Mr. Matsushita, can I ask where your mother is?
Probably in the living room back there. I guess she's sitting at the kotatsu watching TV or something.
The kotatsu. The Matsushita diner was closed for a long time. It recently reopened. They get decent customer traffic and make a pretty good amount of money. Oh, okay, so it recently it reopened. Okay. A little bit after the case. Do you have a girlfriend?
That came out of nowhere. Of course I have one. You met her yesterday, right? Tessa. A girl named Iris Sagan.
Ota, do you want me to rip your tongue out?
Oh, well, as long as we're on the subject. Are you going out with anyone, Kizzy?
Oh, me? Such relations with gentlemen are completely foreign to me.
Are you into baby-faced guys that know how to cook?
Ugh, no shame.
Oh, my type is so stereotypical that I am embarrassed to admit it. Someone like Prince Charming.
You just
I
missed
yearn
it.
to be a princess. I hope my Prince Charming will appear before me with a glass slipper someday. That's my dream.
Glass slipper?
Ota? Who is that?
Well, he's a customer. He comes by a lot.
Well, in any case, I have a great affinity for shoes. My admiration of Princess Cinderella partially comes from that, I'm sure. Glass slippers. Isn't that so magical? How lovely it would be to dance in them.
Wouldn't it be hard to dance in glass slippers?
That is true.
Okay. About the incident last night.
Man, that was crazy. I said it before, but I was watching that stream live. I heard Tessa and Mizuki were gonna be on that show, right? Then that body appeared out of nowhere. Man, I couldn't believe what I saw. Speaking of crazy, that ViewCube video.
You saw it?
No, not the whole thing. Too scary. I saw the one before, though.
The one before?
You don't know? I think it was about half a year ago. A video similar to that one went viral. Everyone was talking about it online.
Ah, I know of that one as well. The mysterious video known as Bats 490, correct?
Yup. There was some kind of code hidden in it, too.
According to the rumors, whoever deciphers it will learn the secret of the world.
Secret of the world? Did a grade schooler come up with that or something?
Bats 490, Secret of the World. Iris and Amame mentioned the same thing.
Secret of the world. What kind of music do you like? Industrial, symphonic, grind. What the hell is grindcore? Death metal. What is grindcore? I don't even know what that is. Is industrial like? Is that considered like EDM? I am I don't know which one to pick. I've heard of Nightcore, but not Grindcore. I have no idea what Grindcore is. Let's go with Symphonic. It's like sponge cakey. Okay. About Bats 490.
The video starts with a bunch of bats flying around.
Uh-huh.
Guess that's where the bats part comes from. I don't know what the 490 means, though.
Were you able to decode it?
No way. I had no idea what it meant.
Well, it's not like solving it would have been a big deal. I'll bet that secret of the world stuff is bogus anyway.
Don't ruin the fantasy, Mizuki.
I'm just telling it like it is. It's just an ARG. It's a game for kids.
ARG means alternate reality game. The game master releases mysterious information to the public via the internet, leaflets, posters, stuff like that.
Okay.
Players decode the information to discover a location or objective that moves the game forward. Simply put, an ARG is a fusion of games and real life.
Okay.
Hey, Kizzy, I want to see you dance.
Where did this come from?
Right.
I want to see too.
Don't you want to see too, Ryuki?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I've got to see this.
Then I'll play some music. Just a sec.
Wait, I have not agreed to anything yet.
It's too late. It seems like you've been nominated. Oh. Oh.
In gum on my way to the station. The crowd squeezes out my frustration. And now I'm taking heat in the classroom. Oh well, I'll eat some donuts in the bathroom. Now I hear my friend got herself a boyfriend. They're going out for barbecue on the weekend. I see all of their smiles in their pics online. Wait, why is that making me cry? Oh my Prince Charming, where can I find you? How do I remind you of the dream we share? But dreams are just for dreamers.
Oda in the background.
Got to break the chains of fate on my own. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Lonely girls across the world, let's
Wake up and fight.
worlds apart with beating hearts unite the light through the night. If the boys want to reach us, they'll have to keep up. Without you, I am lonely.
Yeah.
I need to be home.
I wonder if that other guy comes to the diner because she comes here.
I know your name. You're Kizuna, aren't you? I heard you introducing yourself earlier. My name's Lian. Lian Twining. And I'm 22 years old.
He's 20.
My father's American and my mother's Japanese. So, Kizuna, I want you to marry me.
What? Wait, he's cooking food in the kitchen. Oh, this is all of a sudden. Wait, she didn't take her shoes off. That's rude. Kizuna Chida. Whoa, log. Ah, darn it. He doesn't say her last name. He looks completely out of it. Why are you here?
Actually, I got fired yesterday. I didn't feel like doing anything after I woke up this morning. I came here so I could drink my problems away.
But you were drinking non-alcoholic beer.
I can still get drunk off of them, okay?
What job did you get fired from?
I was a bank clerk.
What were you really?
I don't like talking about it, but I was a janitor.
I think that is a noble job.
You're so right! But unfortunately, my job was taken from me. And I have zero motivation to do anything now. Hard work just seems so pointless.
I dislike people who don't work hard.
All right. I'm hitting up the employment office tomorrow.
This guy has a rather one-track mind.
He doesn't seem all that bad, though.
Are you okay?
No, I'm not okay. My heart feels like a jackhammer, like it's gonna burst out of my chest any second.
Oh, at least he's honest. Are you joking about the marriage thing, right?
Of course this isn't a joke. Kizuna's dance purified my heart. There was so much darkness building inside me, but she cleared it all away. It felt like I went straight to heaven. I've always wanted to be a pilot since I was little. It was my dream to fly through the sky. Kizuna made that dream come true for me. Seeing her dance, it was like my soul pierced the heavens and flew into the stars. So, I've decided. I'm gonna marry her! Won't you marry me, Kizuna?
No, thank you.
Oh, they lingered on Oda for a while.
I'll pretend I didn't hear that.
No, thank you.
I'll pretend I didn't hear that either.
No, thank you.
Anyway, I won't give up. You'll come around eventually, Kizuna. My motto is, if at first you don't succeed, try and fail again!
I think you mean try again.
Yeah. I think you got it wrong there, buddy.
Now, we haven't obtained much useful information. There's no point in staying here for too long.
Yeah, let's go somewhere else.
Where are we gonna go, though? We've been everywhere. He looks completely out of it. All right, let's go back to Abyss HQ. We did question everybody. Damn, look at our car. We got a fancy car. Damn.
You're going back to Abyss?
Yeah, I want to reorganize the information I have so far.
Then why don't you just do it in this limousine?
Oh, right. I guess I could.
This is fancy? Wait, who's driving? Oh, it's an AI, isn't it? What is the... Dude, we got... Look at all this alcohol. Jesus. What is going on? Scream like a little girl.
Shut up! Stop shouting!
But you surprised me. I thought that the ghost of an S&M pervert with a police uniform fetish who died in a tanning booth had come to haunt me.
Haven't I showed you this body many times over the past 6 months?
I'm still not used to it. Your body is semi-transparent, and I can only see you in the left side of my vision. So, why did you come out?
I thought it would be easier to talk to you this way.
What do you think of this car?
Honestly, it reeks of bad taste. Makes me want to puke just looking at it.
Keep talking like that, and I'll throw you out the window.
Then you'd be a goner too? I'm the one driving this car, you know. Why don't you take the leap and buy a different car?
I can't. This car is all I have of my parents.
Your parents passed away, didn't they?
Yeah, in an airplane crash when I was young. From then on, I was living with my younger brother.
Hold on. Right now, I'm using the car camera to steer... I'm using the car camera to steer the car remotely. I, of course, control the gas and brakes. I send signals electronically. It's technically a self-driving car. Okay.
But 6 years ago, he also.
He also? Who? I can't. This is all that I have of my parents. Yeah. Your parents passed away, didn't they? Yeah, in an airplane crash when I was young. From then on, I was living with my younger brother. But 6 years ago, he also. Wait. His younger brother died 6 years ago? 6 years ago, or when the is when the events of the first game started. Or like, well, not the ones that we played, but like when it started, the ball started rolling. About the reason Jin's right half suddenly appeared.
Isn't that what you're investigating for?
Yeah, but remember what Mr. Adate and Iris said?
For some reason, just the right half. Like it traveled through time and space.
Maybe that body teleported here from some other world. The other half could have been absorbed into some other dimension. And that split the body in two.
Don't tell me you believe that.
No, just for some reason it's stuck in my head.
Okay. Organize information.
There isn't much useful information to sort out in the first place. If I had to say one thing, it would be the ViewCube video and that QR code link. By the way, I'm going to cut down on the word salad and call it QR video from now on. The teeny bit of information we got from that QR video is pretty much all we have.
You don't know? I think it was about half a year ago. A video similar to that one went viral. Everyone was talking about it online.
The mysterious video known as Bats 490, correct? There's a code hidden inside Bats 490. They say the code reveals a specific location.
Everyone who visits that place is said to have gone missing. They all left behind the same message. I've learned the secret of the world.
And nobody, like...
Hey, Tama. Is Bats 490 still up anywhere on the internet?
Is there missing people's reports?
I looked it up. Here it is.
Okay.
I have no idea what it's supposed to mean.
Not at all.
They say there's a hidden message inside, but I can't even tell where we're supposed to look.
Not at all. That was weird. Where did Bats 49 come from?
Same as the QR video. It was originally uploaded to ViewCube, then it spread from there. The account holder is unknown.
In any case, Bats 490 is the only lead we have right now. If we can figure it out, maybe it'll lead to the QR video.
Okay.
Ryuki, you have a call. It's from Mizuki.
Mizuki?
Why is she calling
I'm
us?
connecting her.
Yeah, why is she calling us?
Oh, Ryuki? I got your number from Boss.
What is it?
I remembered something about Bats 490. I thought maybe it could lead to a clue.
What did you remember?
Someone in my class at school actually figured it out. He decoded the hidden message in Bats 490.
He did?
His name is Shoma Enda. He might know something, so I would go find him. Anyway, see ya.
Oh, that's the cube head dude's son.
Shoma. Isn't that?
Andy's Komeji's
son. Yeah. Okay. The Enda residence. February 11th, Monday, 5:30 p.m.
Shoma, you know what happened last night, right? The QR code displayed on that sign. There was a link in it leading to a video. We're calling it the QR video. I wanted to talk to you about it. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions?
Some tells me you're not gonna get that much info out of him. There's a broom here.
It's Ada Rooster.
Add a rooster?
Add a rooster.
It's a character.
It's a add a rooster doll. It's a kitchen. A refrigerator. It's a closet. Is this a puppet for the quiz? It's a toolbox. It's an old-fashioned chest of drawers.
It's old. Looks like a memento for the Quiz King.
It's a Quiz King trophy. It's a toy robot. Greenery and a garden can be seen throughout the window. There's a squeaky toy hammer here. It's a folding fan for slapstick comedy. It's a TV stand.
What is that on top?
Looks like earthenware. Maybe it's some sort of device?
Yeah, what is this?
It's a CRT TV. But do you think it can pick up digital broadcasts?
It could, with a dedicated tuner.
It's a CRT TV. There's a strange protrusion at the top.
A picture of Ame no Uzume, a goddess from Japanese mythology. Supposedly, she is the goddess of entertainment and laughter.
Okay. A picture of Ame no Uzume.
You laugh more often than you breathe.
It's a lucky laugh game. The face parts are all out of order.
Is this a poem written by Kameji? It says, "It's okay to fall off the horse. You're a saddle after all." Wait, this was supposed to be touching?
It's a poem that was written by Koigi. It's a family altar. It's the answer button for the quiz. It's a kotatsu. It's very warm. I think we exhausted everything. A TV remote. It's machine parts. It's a machine part. It's Shoma. He's working on something in silence. What are you making?
What are you making? Don't tell me it's a bomb.
About your father.
Just to confirm, your father is Andes Komeiji, and his real name is Yoneharu Enda. Is that right?
Why is this kid so silent? About Mizuki.
I heard you went to the same elementary school as Mizuki? She's actually the one who told me about you.
About the BATS 49 code?
You know about the video called BATS 490, right? I have a feeling it's related to the QR video somehow. You solved the code in BATS 490, didn't you? And it showed you a certain location. Am I right?
He's completely ignoring you.
Maybe because he's wearing headphones.
No, that's not it. There's no sound coming from them. Chastity belt on his heart must be locked tightly.
What kind of metaphor is that?
You won't be able to see his uvula unless you open that lock.
So what you mean is, he probably won't speak unless you can find the key to his heart, I'm guessing.
There might be a key somewhere in this room. Let's find it.
A key to open the lock on his heart.
Let's see. I don't think that's going to be the key. You can't click on that photo. A toolbox. What should I do if I saw a UFO? Wave, get on, hide, thumb, hide. Wait, why hide, thumb, and hide? I don't get it. Wave. I'll try.
That robot is so cool.
It wasn't the robot. Is this a puppet for the quiz? It's a toy robot.
Why don't you hit your own head with the hammer toy?
Wow, what a jolly guy he is. I'm gonna tell him everything I know now.
I don't think that's going to happen.
You never know unless you try.
Ding! Yes, Shoma. What is your answer?
It's a machine part.
What is that?
It looks like a robot. I tried searching, but it looks like it's not commercially available.
A homemade robot, huh?
Okay.
Hey, Shoma. Would you mind showing me the robot in your closet?
Huh? How do you know about that?
Oh, well,
Tell him you heard it from Komeiji.
Right. I heard about it from Mr. Komeiji.
From my dad?
That's right.
Okay then. Just for a bit, okay?
Oh, that's pretty cool.
You made that?
Yeah. I call it Robota.
All by yourself?
Uh-huh. There's a junk shop in Akiba. I got all the parts there. This robot only has one tire. It uses a gyro to keep its balance. Fine-tuning it is really hard.
A robot. Compliment strongly, compliment like crazy.
Wowee! This is crazy! It's absolutely bonkers! How can you make such a complex robot like this? Are you an alien? Or from the future, maybe? Or some sort of god? And this form, refined yet playful, such an unconventional design. It's obvious your sense of style is immaculate. Oh, wonderful! So wonderful! I will never forget this day. I thank the creator that I was able to meet a genius that will go down in history.
Looks like the lock has opened.
Looks like it.
Jeez Louise. About Mizuki.
She's just a classmate. We're not friends or anything. I don't talk to her much.
Do you wish you could talk to her more?
No. Of course not.
Even though she's cute?
That Uggo? She's not cute at all.
His temperature is rising. That was clearly a lie.
Yeah, I could tell.
What are you making?
One of the parts for Robota, the robot running around. I want to upgrade it. I'm trying to make it so it can carry my weight.
What are those headphones for?
I put them on so I can concentrate better.
But you're not listening to music, are you?
I only turn on the noise canceling.
About your father.
Yeah. Andy's Komeiji is my dad. But sorry, I don't really want to talk about him.
Why not?
Well, because... Why does it matter?
Okay. Alright.
Now, I think it's about time we get back to why I'm here.
I solved it.
Hmm?
The BATS 490 code. I solved it.
How?
I have to go soon, so I'll tell you the short version.
That's fine. Please just tell me. The video's hidden message pointed to a certain location, right?
Yeah.
And where is that?
Horodori Lab. The Horodori Institute of Genetics.
What? The Horodori Lab of Institute of Genetics. This is where people went missing? February 11th, Monday, 6:10 p.m. This is not a great place to go missing.
I heard about it last night on the news. Truly unprecedented. What a mysterious case. I am Chikara Horodori, the director of this research institute.
He hasn't retired yet. His 60th birthday was last year.
I mean, with the forehead like that, why retire? He got so much knowledge, he should be sharing it all the time. Jesus Christ, look at that forehead. Oh my God.
Excuse me, what is that statue?
Ah, that's the symbol of our research philosophy here. It would take a while to explain, so perhaps another time.
There is a mysterious statue inside the research institution for some reason. There's a window facing the corridor. It's the door. It's a chair.
Ryuki, would you drink that fluid inside the test tube?
Absolutely not.
Why not? You might develop superpowers.
But what if I turned into a giant, green, muscular freak?
That would be awesome.
Yeah, you'll turn into the Hulk. It's a test tube full of some sort of liquid. I'd rather die than drink it. It's a flask. A robotic arm. It's a PC monitor. It's a desk. He'd rather die than turn into the Hulk? He doesn't know what he's missing out on. It's a medicine bottle.
Looks like a grotesque monster might be trapped inside.
I actually like grotesque things.
Yeah, I know.
The pot is filled with a dubious liquid. There's a monitor embedded in the pillar. Okay. It's a binder organizing documents. A researcher wearing the typical protective garb. Wait, why is the researcher wearing the garb, but he's not wearing the garb? I guess because we have to see his face. There's another thing. It's somewhere over here. I swear I saw green over there. Am I going crazy? No, it just turned green again. It looks like research notes. Okay. It's Chiara, the director. About Jin. Or what were you doing around 6 a.m. on the 9th?
Jin's estimated time of death.
I was sleeping in my bed at home. They say seniors are early to rise, but that's not true at all in my case. Perhaps that means I'm still young.
Is there anyone who could back your story?
Don't tell me I'm a suspect.
I'm just doing my job. I've always wanted to say that.
Good for you. Your dream came true.
I live alone now. Unfortunately, there's no one with me at home.
Chikara got divorced 6 years ago. As for children, he has one daughter. She's 32 years old. His daughter and ex-wife are currently living in Italy.
In other words, there's no one who can corroborate Chikara's alibi.
That's right.
About Jin.
I know of him, but I haven't met him in person. I've only read some articles about him online. He's the CEO of a music distribution company.
I'm the director of a genetics research institute. We have nothing in common.
About the QR code? Or the QR video?
It was mentioned on the news. But the video itself wasn't broadcasted, so I haven't seen it.
Then you don't know about Bats 490.
What is that?
It's a video that's very similar to the QR video.
I've never heard of it.
I actually came here to ask you about it specifically. There's a hidden code in the video, and I've heard it points to this research institute.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Perhaps someone just made it up.
About this institution.
We mainly conduct research on gene therapy through genome editing here. Are you familiar with genome editing?
Site-specific nucleases. An artificial restriction enzyme known as CRISPR-Cas9 is commonplace these days. Genome editing is a technique that uses this enzyme to splice, replace, and bind any base sequence of DNA.
I don't understand that at all.
In other words, it's technology that rewrites DNA.
Indeed. Last year, we developed a revolutionary genome editing method we call Purge. With this, genetic diseases that were previously too difficult to treat, for example, severe congenital heart diseases, are now curable. But that's not all. In theory, using Purge,
what is that face?
Immortality is achievable.
What was that face? Did you see that? What the? Immortality.
Oh, but I don't mean your body will be invincible. Death can still occur via trauma, ingesting poison, viral infections, this sort of thing. However, it can make death due to old age a thing of the past.
Can Purge really do that?
Indeed. The body's deterioration due to aging can be prevented by rewriting all of its DNA, maintaining a permanent state of youth. However, this has not yet been proven. It's still in its experimental stage. But it won't be long until our hypothesis is substantiated. The ultimate dream that humanity has been yearning for thousands of years. It will soon become a reality. What do you think? Isn't that wonderful?
I'd say you're crazy.
Ryuki, don't you think something is off about Chikara?
You think so?
You really are dense. You're dense enough to be the target audience for mobile game ads.
Mobile games can be fun. Most of the time, though, they take you to a page to try to force you to download a different game. It's kind of like advertising fraud. Okay. Wait, why are we looking at him through the thermometer though?
Huh.
His temperature is abnormally high, isn't it?
Maybe he has the flu.
Don't make me pluck out your eyebrows from the inside.
Do you think he's upset about something?
Probably.
Upset about
Ryuki,
something?
let's find out if he's hiding something.
Wink sync. Yeah, let's give it a shot.
Wink sync. Okay. Wink sync. Time remaining 6 seconds.
This guy.
Wink sync is a simplified version of syncing, but you're still taking a look inside their dreams.
And dreams are made from memories, so there shouldn't be anything in there that he doesn't know about.
You're saying...
Chikara knows about Bats 490. He was lying to us earlier. Mr. Chikara, can you accompany me to the station?
What? Why?
I'd like to speak to you in more detail.
Wink sync is a simpler version of syncing. From the AI ball, me, a strong magnetic wave is shot out to the sync subject. This temporarily numbs the subject's brain and puts their brain into a a sleep state. It induces a dream. By analyzing the faint brain waves emitted during this, we can see part of the dream. It's not a clear image by any means. To investigate more thoroughly, a regular sync needs to be performed. A wink sync can only be performed once a day because of the high amount of power required. I would need to recharge before performing it again. Personally, I don't like it because of the power consumption. Okay.
You do have the right to decline, of course.
Very well. I'll go with you.
Okay. So he knows about the bats video and he's lying about it. All right. February 11th, Monday, 6:45 p.m. Abyss HQ. Dun, dun. Alrighty. It's a steel shelf. There's a Tengu noise in it. It's a bronze tube style monitor. Various things on the table.
Excuse me. Could you go buy some soy sauce for me?
I thought I just heard something.
Ah, you mean the cleaning lady.
Oh, it's just the cleaning lady. Wait, what?
Wait, the cleaning lady again? What? There's a locker in the corner of the room. The door leading to the sink room. There are complicated character strings and figures on the monitor. Jesus. The monitor, there's nothing being displayed.
Ryuki, I'll let you be my chair once this case is solved.
No, I'm okay.
What's up with this reoccurring cleaning lady? All right, let's see. We got a binder. There is a binder here. It's Boss. Her real name is Shizu Karunushi. Where is Dante?
Who knows? He went off somewhere right after you left.
He's probably playing the nipple guessing game at some cabaret club in Nakamaguro right about now. He's on vacation, so I'm sure he's taking a load off while he can.
No, he's taking a load off, all right.
The nipple game is a game in which a man asks a woman to guess where their nipple is while their shirt is on. Even if it's a guy asking a girl to do it, it's kind of problematic. Wait, what? What? The nipple game is a game in which a man asks a woman to guess where their nipple is while their shirt is on. Even if it's a guy asking a girl to do it, it's kind of problematic. What the hell is that? About Chikara.
I gave Chikara the usual medicine to put him to sleep.
Are you sure that's okay?
What do you mean?
I mean, maybe there are legality issues.
Oh, don't worry about that. The higher-ups will take care of it for me.
Ellipsis. Any progress on the investigation?
There hasn't been any progress yet. The people over at HQ are totally incompetent. They must have had stuff with fermented beans or something.
I mean, wouldn't the latter be way more problematic outside of the cabaret club? Yeah. Pewter. Why are you here?
Why do you ask? I'm the engineer of Abyss. Of course I'm always here.
Yeah, but I've been wondering about something. In November of last year...
You were dishonorably discharged for reasons related to the new Cyclops serial killings, weren't you? You leaked internal police information, not to mention you aided a criminal in his escape.
I made some arrangements behind the scenes. Pewter is a crucial part of Abyss. I couldn't let them lock him up.
You can do that?
Normally, no. But in this case...
Boss has dirt on members of the executive, judicial, and legislative branches of the government.
I am truly grateful to you, boss.
No need to thank me. You just need to be a good little workhorse. Oh, and it'd be great if you could introduce me to some good-looking studs while you're at it.
I know about a dozen.
I'm counting on you.
This is kind of scary.
You get used to it.
What kind of dance do you like? I don't even know how to pronounce any of these. The Baharatanaryama. I'm gonna pick one at random. I picked something. I don't even know. Evolved into Hitomi E, received 1,000 eyeballs as a reward. I became an adult E. Thanks for talking to me so much, E. Eyeball strategy guide has been added to the manual in the file. What? Hold on. What? Adult with a crazy amount of love. Prefers peace and quiet to arguing. Nothing gets in the way of love. Good with kids. Okay. So is this supposed to be number 89, I guess? Okay. Wait, what is this file they're talking about? They said it was in... manual. It's actually kind of hard to see that. Let's see. Eyeball, wink, sync, basics, bonus. Eyeball strategy information. The Eyeballies. The Q&A nurturing game Eyeballies. Every 20 minutes, Eyeballies will ask a question. When you answer them, they grow. Once they become an adult, you will be rewarded with eyeballs. Reward. Eyeballies will give you 1,000 eyeballs when you reach adulthood. Make sure you raise them to become Eyeballies. Eyebally ballers. Strategy information, baby. Iba-E. An innocent newborn. Child, 3 answers to evolve. Mizuki evolves to this if courage is the highest stat. Iris evolves to this if love is the highest stat. Oda evolves to this if naughty is the highest stat. Makes sense. Aname evolves to this if madness is the highest stat. Wait. Why would Aname be madness? That's weird. She's the cabaret girl. Weird. 6 questions to evolution. Evolves from Mizuki if courage or love is the highest stat. Dante. MoMA? Okay, so everybody has 2 evolves. There are rumors that after clearing the game, you can answer questions without waiting 20 minutes. Okay. Unlimited sync. Once you clear Samia, you can select it as unlimited sync with no time limit from the flowchart. Oh, that's a new feature. I don't think that was in the previous game. Hold on. Yeah. It's her, yeah. Aname Doi. 17. We haven't seen her present day, have we? No, because this is 6 years in the past. We're still being interrogated at the police station. Yeah. A mermaid from Sunfish Pockets wanting to work wanting to work late shift, she lied and said that she was 20 years old. She's in the school dance club with Iris and Kinuza, a regular at Bahram, and close with Gen. Okay. And then present. Yeah, she's not here. Nor is her. Yeah. Daughter of the uber rich Chieda. How do you pronounce that? Cause isn't this Chieda? Okay. Maybe they would call her Madness. About the malfunction of Abyss communication.
That's outside of my jurisdiction. So, I don't know too much about it, but I'm sure the person in charge is desperately trying to fix it as we speak. It should be fixed soon.
Okay. About Chikara.
I got Tama's report. The QR video seems to be the key to solving this case. And she believes Chikara is linked to the Bats 490 video, which has a striking similarity.
He's extremely suspicious. He must be the culprit.
I think it's a bit early for that conclusion.
But he said he didn't know about the video, right? If he's willing to lie about one thing, he's willing to lie about everything.
I still think that's a bit unreasonable.
Yeah, just a tad. So...
In any case, shall we get started? Ryuki, you know what to do.
Yeah, this is before Ryuki has gone, like, crazy.
Sync with him.
Yeah, this is before Ryuki has gone crazy, so... What has caused them to gone so... off the deep end? Has to be related to this video.
Ryuki, this isn't your first time syncing. You've delved into Somnia many times in the past 6 months. So, I'm sure you know without me telling you, but...
I can only stay in Somnium for 6 minutes. It's alright, I know.
Okay then, let's begin.
Okay. Oh yeah, we get to play as her this time, the whole time.
What is this place?
It looks like something made by an older generation of CG technology.
Back when it was still hyped up as groundbreaking, huh?
Is that the Batmobile?
Hey, did you see someone just now?
Looks suspicious.
Why don't we ask that person there about it?
Who?
You must have a lot of questions, like, what happened to your other half?
Not really.
Must be hard to walk. Bench pressing must be tough too.
You really want me to ask about that stuff?
Yeah, do it.
But hey, isn't benching kinda hard?
Hey, why are you talking to a statue?
Damn it, Ryuki. Stop wasting my time. We can only be in Somnium for 6 minutes.
Oh.
Damn it. This is getting out of hand.
That's Chikara. Tama, follow him.
What is getting out of hand? What
From
the?
this side, my genius left brain harnessing my processing power. From this side, my brilliant right brain within which my creativity is boundless. The very layout of this facility itself, mimicking my brain, will serve as inspiration for my master.
What's going on here?
I
Yeah.
need to be careful. I can't get too close.
Now, this bionic body's accidental biology the Bionic Body Creation Program.
Bio what?
What is-
B.
The
What
logical
is that
center of the
face?
left brain and the creative center of the right. By combining them, I can create a superhuman. Ha! Whew, wouldn't want that getting out. I hope I never see you again. Goodbye.
No.
What the?
Chikara in this dream world is just as bonkers as he is in real life.
I would say he's a little worse in.
Looks like he doesn't want anyone in this room.
Yeah, you can tell by the conscious antibody in front of the door.
Conscious antibody?
They're an embodiment of a sync subject's caution. When you try to access information that the sync E is trying to hide, it overstimulates the synapse. That makes the body emit a ton of norepinephrine, which creates a conscious antibody within the somnium.
Well, what does this conscious antibody do?
You see how it says instant death on his crotch there? If I touch him, a massive delay spike will occur in the sync information transfer system.
Which means...
Touch him and our available time in Somnium drops like crazy.
Got it. But how do we get into the room without getting past our do not touch power stance man friend here?
Well, we just need to get rid of the conscious antibody somehow.
What if we use that device that Chikara was using to move instant death power stance man?
That's a good idea.
Instant death power stance man?
Yeah, I thought that was a pretty appropriate name for him.
Anyway, let's check the device first.
She gonna say it?
Looks like the power is out.
Let's start by activating the device.
Yeah, let's go.
Somnium scan, activate.
So we have mental lock number 1, mental lock number 2, mental lock number 3, mental lock number 4. Nefarious Institute. Uncover the secret Chikara is hiding. There is no doubt Chikara is hiding something. Open the door to expose what he is hiding.
The lock on that door is open. Past that is a stone statue with no power.
Power? On a stone statue?
This is Chikara's Somnium. You don't have to think about the logic. Anyway, that door. Let's head past it to the stone statue.
There's use the blank, join the blank, and create a blank. Okay. Well, one thing that's clear is that we have the split halves here. Which is... That definitely cannot be random. And, oh god, we have a lot of stuff to interact with. Okay.
It's not going to move because it's not activated.
In order to activate it...
According to the scan, past the door is a stone statue without power.
We don't have any other leads, so let's head to that statue.
Now this music is really nice. Activate the experimental device. What is it?
They go to outer space by using rockets to breach the atmosphere of Earth. They are highly intelligent and athletic, which allows them to move in zero-gravity environments with ease. They are required to have high mental fortitude to live in outer space, much of which is still unknown to us.
Further than us all, they've flown.
Makes you want to wax poetic, I see.
Okay, that didn't help us at all.
They investigate ancient ruins in order to uncover what Earth looked like in the past. They not only require a scholar's knowledge, but also the decision-making ability to avoid traps placed in ancient ruins.
Just like that one professor.
Yeah, the guy with the whip that got chased by that big stone ball.
Oh my god.
I thought it was metal.
Was it?
Indiana Jones reference? Really? Nice.
Those who catch fish in bodies of water such as oceans or rivers. They are knowledgeable about the ecology of fish and have many skills that aid them in catching their target. They go out to the ocean pretty much every day, have incredible navigating skills, and a sturdy body.
Sea peoples.
You mean the guys from 1200 AD? Supposedly, they were wiped out by a rival Mediterranean kingdom. Not much is known about them.
Huh?
Okay. This one too?
A warrior of the Maasai tribe, a nomadic tribe who predominantly live in Kenya and Tanzania. They have great physical ability and are skilled with spears. They are capable of fighting wild beasts like lions. Among Maasai warriors, those who jump the highest receive the greatest praise.
They're famous for their jumping skills.
If they can beat a lion with spears or their bare hands, they must be really strong.
Ryuki, you have 5 minutes left.
Yeah, we haven't really discovered much. Can we zoom it in? Oh, you can. Looks like we have to go to the door.
This door is open.
Is this even a door? It's so thin.
That's just how it is in this world. Don't worry about it. Let's go.
Oh, it moves sideways.
We're here.
That's the stone statue without power. Let's get closer and check it.
Use the machine in the center, join the two stone statues, and create a transcendental superhuman. Okay. Hey, welcome back, Tara.
Off and on. Is this the switch for the statue?
How do we turn this on?
Why don't you feel around that area?
What area?
Whatever feels right, Tama.
Tama.
The robot arm control PC has been activated.
Activated experimental device. Mental lock number 1. Okay. Activated experimental device. Okay. Activate the right frontal temporal lobe statue.
It's on. You're amazing, Tama.
It says not available. Stone statue activated. Wait, so is it on or off?
Maybe you need to flip the switches for all the statues.
Right. According to the Somnium scan, there are multiple statues. But let's head back to the device first.
How did you know there was a switch there? How did you know?
Let's go back to the device.
Oh, wait. Can't we go to the other small room from this room?
How would you do that? It's too high. I can't jump that.
Let's just say female intuition. Blank humans, your powers. You can blank to the blank if you wanted to. Okay. I don't really the keys part I don't really understand how they help you. Yeah, my internet dropped 200 frames there for a second.
All right, let's go.
Okay, ready.
A normal jump won't suffice.
We need to think of a way to go up.
Maybe we can do something with the device in the center.
Okay. Alright, so we gotta go back. Wait.
NA. Not available. There's no additional information.
Does this stone statue have no other use?
I don't know.
I just realized, unlike the first game, even if there's like one use towards an object,
we can go through
it doesn't
here.
go to this
Let's
menu
go.
where you have to just pick that one option. It just automatically does it. They got rid of the screen. Huh. I didn't realize that until just now.
4 minutes now.
BBAB activating. In this experiment, you can combine 2 different brains with different functions to create a new human life form. Beginning experiment. Please select left brain function.
Okay.
We just need to choose the left and right brain and combine them like Chikara did.
What can we choose from?
Left, Maasai warrior, fisherman, and A. Right side was astronaut and archaeologist. We can combine different brain functions of the left and right brains and create a new human with characteristics from both.
It seemed like Chikara used that to gain some kind of power earlier. So creating a new human means gaining some kind of superhuman ability.
And you select that power on this?
Oh, I remember seeing another room next to the small room we were in earlier.
Yeah, it was too high, so I couldn't reach.
Maybe we have to give you a power that'll help you get up there.
Worth a shot.
Beginning experiment. Please select left brain function.
It should be out of...
The room was high and far. By combining 2 brain functions that'll allow us to move that distance...
What do you choose, Ryuki?
We gotta combine 2 brains. Wait, it actually costs 0 seconds on all of them. You want to combine the warrior.
Please select right brain function.
And the astronaut.
Left, Maasai warrior. Right, astronaut selected.
Right?
Starting experiment.
That seems like that would work.
What's going on?
Whoa!
Experiment successful.
Just like I expected.
Combined, a Maasai warrior's leg strength and the atmosphere-piercing power of an astronaut to gain superhuman leg strength.
Yeah.
Tama, you okay?
I have goosebumps.
It said you gained superhuman leg strength.
Maybe we can get to that other room using that power.
That might be it. Let's give it a shot.
Alright. 20 eyeballs gained. Alright, let's see. What type of person makes a good teacher? Tough but loyal, a hard-boiled person that cries every day, someone kind like a friend, an indifferent person. Tough but loyal. Okay. I think we want to go back, though, don't we? Yeah, so this is... Iba. Iris. Right. Yeah, I think we want to go back to Iris. Right? I think that, yeah. No, it's still Hitomi. Adult will not grow any further. So how do I... Is there a way to, like, set it, then? I guess not. No. It seems like you can't go backwards. Alright, so now we gotta go back over here.
This door isn't locked.
Okay, let's go.
This music is really nice. Doom, da 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 da.
All right, let's go.
Okay, ready.
Wow.
Made it. What the?
Experiment worked! Happy Chikara. Chikara Horatori has done it again! Oh, epigenetic ecstasy!
What are we even watching right now?
Oh.
By stimulating the DNA correlating to high leg strength through imagination, it caused a slight transformation in the base sequence. This small change has allowed for surpassing the limit of telomeres. We can do anything in this simulation world. There are no limits. What a wonderful world.
I guess things worked out.
So every time we do something right, we have to watch this creepy old dude ascend into the sky?
You want to join?
Hell no.
Alright, we got closer. Okay, we got... Look, it's the Batmobile. Let's see. We have the statue. Activate. We don't really got too much time.
A stone statue without power.
Activate it.
How? He looks like Dr. Dio Cortex's in Strange Brother. He does, right? Because of the head? I wonder if that's what they were going for.
This stone statue is a racer.
If they mean an autosport driver, those guys are incredibly skilled. They have to make split-second decisions.
That skill might be beneficial in other areas than driving too.
Not to mention, there is a car right there.
I see. Using the driving skill.
But look, that says trap. Driving skill alone might not be enough.
Maybe we can combine it with a brain function that's good at avoiding traps.
I don't remember seeing anything like that.
Anyway, let's head back to the central room.
Okay, so we gotta combine super reaction by the person trapped by blank 6 not 7th sense. They who traverse blank experience it.
This door is open.
I wonder if we can go to the central room.
Let's go find out.
We're here.
Looks like we can open it from this side now.
Okay. We examined all the statues already, so... Wait, what's this?
You have 3 minutes left, Ryuki. Current ability is... Left, Maasai warrior. Right, astronaut.
Okay, it just literally tells us what we are. Okay, that was a waste.
Beginning experiment. Please select left brain function.
The car from earlier. And what to do about the trap?
What do you think fits best?
What fits best about the trap? Oh, well, obviously we want to pick the racer.
Please select right brain function.
An astronaut or an archaeologist? An archaeologist?
Left, racer. Right, archaeologist selected. Starting experiment. Experiment successful.
Okay.
Combined, a racer's driving skill and an archaeologist's knack for dodging traps. To gain movie protagonist superhuman driving skills.
Guess it's time for love, Dr. Jones.
That should help us dodge any traps.
That's so antiquated. Nowadays, sports cars go up against nuclear submarines.
Oh well, this is Shikara's preference. Now let's go back to the room with the car.
Think we can get there from the passage we came from?
Yeah, that should lead you there directly.
Alright, let's go back.
We can go through here. Let's go.
A certain archaeologist? I wonder who. Proceed.
All right, get in.
I'll avoid any traps with elegance and grace.
As you're sitting on, I was gonna say as you're sitting on the car?
What?
Oh. Oh god. Dang it.
That's the trap?
I could have done this on my own.
Toma, behind you!
Huh?
Oh no!
Hold it, wait, no! I can't do this!
Yeah, you can. Hold it together.
Hey, Toma! The road!
What about the road?
There is no road!
Ah! What are we gonna do?
Floor it.
Step on it!
On what?
The gas! The gas!
The gas! Okay!
Oh, not this again.
Happy Chikara. Chikara Horodori has done it again. Oh, genetic ecstasy. The corpus callosum is here represented by a treacherous ancient rune. A theory that links this complex and bizarre passage is now complete. But this should be theoretically impossible. No, there is no impossible in this world. Oh, this is not good. Not good indeed.
Kara, ew!
Why don't you think of it as some kind of reward cutscene?
The fact that I have to force myself to think that already makes it not a reward.
Wait, that didn't unlock mental lock number 2? I don't got that much time. Shit. We gotta examine this. 20 seconds.
Let's turn it on.
Got it.
We're turning on the statue. Activate the Gambler's Stone statue. Mental lock number 2. I gotta unlock 2 of them and I only got 110 seconds left. Activate, let's see. Activate the right frontal temporal lobe statue.
This stone statue is a gambler.
I guess that means they have guts.
So this gambler is known for winning bets when the chips are down.
That must mean they can win the big ones without flinching.
Now, let's head back to the central room.
Don't look for it blank. You can get a blank, or you can get a blank, can be blank by any person.
You only have 2 minutes. Hurry, Ryuki.
I know.
We can go through here. Let's go.
I don't have any time reductions. Wait. Wait. I think I screwed up. Where are we? No, it was only the statue in here. I gotta get over there. That's the boulder. That's the stone statue. Yeah, there was nothing in there. Activate the right front. Yeah, I was gonna say. There's like nothing.
It's me, Chikara.
What the hell?
This is no good. No good. No good at all. Yes, yes, yes. Now, let's test this.
Okay.
Chikara's right brain reselection.
What is up with that evil grin? What the?
What's happening?
The room flew away.
The experiment worked. Happy Chikara. Chikara Horadori has done it again. Epigenetic ecstasy. This right brain reselection is a function that blows away my past. The past I don't want anyone to see. My right brain can be shuffled back into the deck. Goodbye, forbidden memory.
What are we gonna do?
When we drove through the passageway, Chikara said, theoretically impossible and not good. So maybe we did something he wasn't expecting. If we use the device to combine two different brain functions, we might be able to find a way.
If we can prevent Chikara from using his right brain reselection thing, we might be able to make it to the room.
He said something about a memory he doesn't want to be seen.
A memory not wanting to be seen.
Yeah, but how will we stop Chikara?
There was something hidden in the room we were in earlier. If only we could pull it back somehow.
We need a big idea here.
Beginning experiment. Please select left brain function.
Okay. We need a big idea here. The fisherman?
Please select right brain function.
And the gambler? That doesn't seem right though. What's in A? None. Like you don't pick one. The gambler?
Left, fisherman. Right, gambler selected. Starting experiment.
This, I got no clue.
Oh, wait. Experiment successful. Combined, a tuna fisherman's pulling skill and a gambler's ability to make the right choice. To obtain superhuman luck.
Luck. Is this gonna do anything?
Well, try it. Let's fish back the room that flew away.
Hey, alright, I guess.
How's it going?
I think I got something.
That must be it. Reel it in.
What?
The experiment worked. Happy Chikara. Chikara Horadori has done it again. Epigenetic ecstasy. Good. The memory I want to leave behind has already been shuffled.
What the? This is so stupid.
This memory is no good either. I thought I deleted it. No. If you succeed with the Eternal Youth experiment, my memory will be discovered.
Okay.
Goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Chikara's memory was replaced with something else.
But it got replaced with another memory he didn't want seen. It might be worth looking into.
Chikara said that if the Eternal Youth experiment is successful, his memory will be discovered.
So if we complete the research on that device...
We might be able to defeat Instant Death Power Stance Man over there and get into the room he's guarding.
Okay. Wait, that's new.
That stone statue is a little different.
Yeah, just...
Yeah, you're right. Let's go.
Just a little. Okay. We ain't got that much time left. We got 1 minute and 40 seconds left.
That stone statue has...
Chikara's face hastily slapped on.
Chikara said that using Purge, he can create an ageless and undying body.
But if we use the stone statue...
Turn it on.
Oh no.
What's the problem?
Seeing this face... Are you sure about turning it on?
We've invested too much already. There's no other way.
Fine, okay.
Wait, that was mental lock number 3. Activate Chikara's stone statue. Activate their stone statue. Okay. Uncover Chikara's secret.
Oh, you didn't want to touch the crotch because of Chikara's face, huh?
My theory is almost complete. The creator of a man who blank is blank. Did we even... No, I was gonna say, I don't think we completed the last one. No, we didn't even complete number 2. Okay. Inspect?
The highest authority on DNA engineering. The greatest and most genius scientist ever. Of all time. It is said he can control the rules of reality itself. And is looked up to as the Father of God.
Wow. Really?
Hell no! No one looks up to this guy. Ugh, disgusting.
My theory is almost complete. The creator of man who transcends death is... me, I guess, is what he wants to say. But how do we figure the me part out? And what's the point of this?
You have a minute left.
Oh,
Less
God.
than 30 seconds left.
Okay, they weren't lying when they said if you touch it, you really screw yourself. Oh, Jesus.
It would be nice to create eternal youth and life.
And something that will let us get rid of Instant Death Power Stance Man over there.
Beginning experiment. Please select left brain function.
Yeah, they were not lying when they said you... Oh, God, Lee, that deleted a crap ton of my time. Oh, my God.
Oh, you didn't want to touch the crotch because of Chikara.
Aka see, Aka touch. I was curious, okay? I went down to 19 seconds from 68. Jeez.
It would be nice to create eternal youth and life.
And something that will let us get rid of Instant Death Power Stance Man over there.
Beginning experiment. Please select left brain function.
Something that would allow us to get rid of Instant Death Power Stance Man over there. NA?
Please select right brain function.
Whoa, what? Debugger, Shaman, Chikara? What? Where did these other two come from? Chikara.
Left, NA. Right, Chikara selected. Starting experiment.
Okay. Hey, Mark Cooley. Hello. Happy Friday.
Error.
What?
It's an error.
I guess an A isn't a job.
I wonder what it's for.
What do you want to disappear from this world? What do you want to disappear from this world? War, racism, borders, overtime. Well, if you get rid of racism, you get rid of a lot of wars. So, I need to head out for the day and get home before traffic hits. Thanks for the stream, Aka and Chat. Have a great day, and I'll see you later. Hey, Bearded One. Hey, have a great rest of your Friday as well. Thanks for being here. Have a safe trip home. Racism. Right, I believe it with all my heart, too. Okay.
You have a minute left.
The person who's most obsessed with eternal youth and life is...
Another function that'll allow us to deal with instant death power stance man.
Beginning experiment. Please select
someone
left
who's
brain
obsessed
function.
with... Who is obsessed with eternal life? Let's see. A warrior?
Please select right brain function.
Chikara.
Left, Maasai warrior.
Yeah.
Right, Chikara selected.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
Starting experiment.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mark Cooley. I didn't see you because I was away then.
Experiment successful.
Oh, okay, it worked.
Combined, a Maasai warrior's battle skill and Chikara's genetic engineering knowledge to create an undying and unaging warrior.
Okay.
Funny that the machine is on a first-name basis with Chikara.
Now we can finally beat up instant death power stance man.
All right, let's go. Go, Tama.
Let's go!
Kick his ass. Damn. Damn it. Damn, the capoeira.
Now!
She drop kicked
We
him.
did it!
The
This-
experiment worked. Oh, happy. Why should humans die? What a waste it is to perish. The research results are splendid, but now is not the time. Not now.
What the?
Now.
If Chikara gets in our way again, no amount of time is enough time. Let's go.
Okay. It's not over yet, though. Alright.
The
Activate.
stone statue is Chikara's memory that he doesn't want to be seen.
Turn it on.
Nine stone statue.
9. 9 in Roman numerals.
What is the significance of 9?
Maybe he has 9 mistresses.
Or maybe he's being sued by 9 people.
This stone statue. Maybe we use a brain function again.
Should we go back to the central device?
Let's do it.
Ryuki, less than 30 seconds left.
I know.
We can go through here. Let's go.
I got 15 seconds.
Did
Did you decide what 2 brain functions you will combine?
Yeah. This should do it.
Beginning experiment. Please select left brain function.
Log? Can I go to log? Log. This stone statue. Maybe we use the brain function again. Should we go back? Let's see. What is the significance of 9? This stone statue is Chikara's memory that he doesn't want to be seen. 9 in Roman numerals. Maybe he has 9 mistresses. Maybe he's being sued by 9 people. What should we... Did you combine the 2 brain functions? Did you decide what 2 brain functions you will combine? Yeah, this should be it.
Beginning experiment. Please select left brain function.
9?
Combining with the 9 from earlier. That's...
Combining with the 9 from earlier. Racer?
Please select right brain function.
9?
Left, racer. Right, 9 selected. Starting experiment.
I'm not following the logic on this one.
Error.
No!
An error.
What is 9?
Something has to pair up with this 9.
You're out of time.
I know.
Beginning experiment. Please select left brain function.
Combining with the 9 from earlier. That's...
Please select right brain function.
It has to be 9. Where did the shaman and debugger come from?
Left, fisherman. Right, 9 selected. Starting experiment. Error.
No, that wasn't it either.
An error.
What is 9?
Something has to pair up with this 9.
That's too late.
Ryuki, we're out of time.
Damn it. This world doesn't make any sense.
I-
Chikara's mind is insane.
I will say this last one, I don't get it. Something has to combine with 9. Yeah, retry. I don't want to restart from the beginning. Something has to combine with 9. Alright, skip forward. Inspect. So we do the warrior and his brain.
It would be nice.
And
Alright, so warrior.
Please select right.
You have a minute left.
Go, Tama.
Okay.
This stone statue is Chikara's memory that he doesn't want to be seen.
That leaves warrior, yeah. We did fisherman and we did... I have to inspect it, right? Yeah,
Ryuki, less than 30 seconds left.
Wait. Maybe. Well, no. Oh, they had different dialogue. Oh, crap.
9 right. There's nothing else.
9
in Roman numerals, yes, but what does right refer to?
9 right.
If there's a right, do you think there's a left?
Is this really a 9?
Maybe 9th in the batting order, or the right fielder.
The 9th tarot card is the Hermit. They hold a lamp in their right hand.
I don't think we're on the right track.
I don't think we got
can go
enough
through
time.
Let's go.
No, I had about the same amount of
Did you
time.
decide what 2 brain...
None.
Please select right brain function.
And 9.
Left, NA. Right, 9 selected. Starting experiment.
This again?
Whoa. Oh, that was it?
What? Why?
Wait, who's this? I don't get it, though.
Experiment successful.
Nizalox?
Loss.
Nizalox?
9.
Nice.
From the first game? They're bringing this back from the first game?
Ryuki, this is...
I know. That's 490.
Found the link between Nize and Bats 490. Mental lock number 4 uncovered Chikara's secret. Nizalox? Really? Is not something I saw coming back. Performance, egoism. And you thought Iris was full of shit? I mean, for all I know, she is full of shit. Ought to know Ryuki Chapter 1. February 11th. Okay. Ninth Japanese branch, February 11th, 10:05 p.m.
Welcome. I'm the president of the Japanese Nizatlaws branch, Tokiko Shigure.
Okay.
I apologize for visiting so late at night. I'm from the Metropolitan Police Department.
Mr. Ryuki, is it? Mamoru, my secretary, has already informed me. I hear you've come to ask about Jin Furue's murder.
This is the president's office on the top floor of the building containing the Japanese branch of Nizalance, commonly known as... When I synced with Chikara earlier, Tama and I saw someone in his Somnium. Someone who looked like they were in Ninths was making the Bats 490 video. And that's why we ended up here. We came to the president's office to talk to the top level of Ninths. Alright, let me go through the log again. This is the president's office on the top floor of the building containing the Japanese branch of Nizalance, commonly known as Ninths. Okay, so that's what I missed. Oh. Oh, you can play this game simply just with the keyboard. Oh, wow. Okay. Hey, have a great rest of your day, Tara. Yeah, hopefully the meetings go by quickly. Thanks for being here with us. It's the bodyguard from the first game. There's a stone statue. What should I call this? A pond, maybe? Well, it's sure not a river. Well, we'll go with pond for now.
Why would they make something like this indoors?
Who knows?
Yeah, I don't know. A waterfall? There's a waterfall. Let's see. Wink Sink? It's Tokiko Security. Wait. Secretary? He looks like a bodyguard. There's a glass doll here. There are lights hanging from the ceiling.
That's the Nanyapal X, the symbol of knives.
Nanyupal means consisting of 9. You know how there's single, double, triple? Nanyupal is the 9th.
So non-upal X means 9 X's?
Seems so.
Okay.
Did you know that Nizadlaws is derived from 9-exed lozenge? Lozenge referring to a diamond shape. In other words, Nizadlaws means the 9 X's of the diamond.
Okay. A house plant. It's a pond. There's a big window here. A fancy chair. It's an office desk. You're Tokiko's secretary?
Yeah, but I'm also her bodyguard. I used to be a bodyguard for a certain politician until the end of last year. He was a piece of human garbage. Slugged him in the face and resigned. Then ended up here thanks to an acquaintance introducing me.
This is the guy in the bar at the end of the first game in Marvel. Oh my god, are you serious? Say something funny.
Something funny. There, I said it.
Say something funny.
Your badge.
That's something phony.
What is this? A vaudeville routine? That wasn't funny at all.
About Knights a lot.
I was only hired recently. I don't know much about it, really.
Wink Sink. They said you can only do it once a day.
It was a heat of the moment thing, but I ended up quitting my job. I don't regret punching that scumbag, but... what am I going to do now? I've got 10 children to think about.
10 children? What?
What? A job? With the conditions I requested? Yeah, I'll do it. I'll do anything, as long as it's not illegal.
10 kids? Bro! That's a lot of children, Jesus. It's Tokiko Shigiri, the president of the 9th Japanese branch. How did you end up here?
I had a very hard time finding the place. After all, NICE is a secret organization hidden from the public.
That's a good thing Boss just happened to know someone who knew this location. Otherwise, we would have been out of luck.
Even after I got inside the building, it wasn't easy. The guards, the security gates. If I hadn't met Mamoru at the entrance, I probably wouldn't even have made it to this office.
I know about Abyss, and I know it's trustworthy. That's why I let you through to talk to the president.
Yeah, because he was involved with us 6 years. Well, no, it's... Actually, it's not 6 years ago. It's around the time that he got fired. I think it's been a couple months. I think they said 3 months. Where were you during around... Where were you... English. What were you doing around 6 a.m. on the 9th? Jeez.
Judging by the way you asked that, I assume that's Jin's estimated time of death?
Well, yes.
I was in Okinawa from the night of the 8th. I had a seminar to attend on the 9th and 10th. I returned to Tokyo late last night.
I checked the logs for hotels and airports, for smartphone access points, and the security footage for each location. It's true that Tokiko was in Okinawa from the 8th to the 10th.
So she has an alibi.
As long as you presume Jin's body wasn't brought back with her from Okinawa.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know about this guy punching a politician in the face as he quits and gets away with it without any issues. Yeah, that seems a bit far-fetched. About Nines.
Anyway, I was surprised. I had heard of NICE, a
Nice.
secret organization, but I thought it was just an urban legend. I can't believe it actually exists.
Yes, there has been all sorts of gossip about us. Some claim we're a secret society of Satanists, or that we have something to do with a sequence of binary code that came from space. But that's all nonsense. Made-up stories that become more and more embellished as they were passed on. Rumors are quite a terrifying thing. NICE is a perfectly legitimate ideological society. Our headquarters are located in New York, with many branches in cities throughout the world. This is one such branch.
I think he wasn't a politician at that point anymore. That's a fair point. Yeah. NICE is an ideological society.
This is a common misconception, but NICE is not a religious organization. We are a group of like-minded individuals who act together based on a certain understanding of the universe.
And that is?
The simulation theory. Have you heard of it?
That the world is an artificial simulation of reality created by someone or something. That's the theory.
You're saying everything in this world we're living in isn't real?
Yes. It's a false world constructed with specific rules by a program. And if it is made by a program, there must by necessity be imperfections, edges, or seams. To find these seams, or to create them, is our objective.
Why would you do that?
If you tear at the seams of a cloth, it will unravel, and a hole will be created. Thusly, we will tear at the seams of the program until it is unraveled, and its people are emancipated. That is our ultimate goal.
This old hack has completely lost it.
I mean, she doesn't look that old to me. What impressions do you have of teachers? Smart, get excited, amazing, shady workplace. The shady workplace? Teachers are shady. The work conditions are harsh, but there are 3 times a year with no class. Okay. How will you tear the seams of the world?
The intersection between the warp and weft. That's where the seam can occur.
I don't understand.
Yeah, I don't either.
You will someday. It is a prophecy. It will be fulfilled eventually.
What is that?
It's a hand sign we use. It's meant to resemble the sign behind me.
Okay. About bats. Can you show me the hand sign again? Her hands is supposed to be the symbol behind. This hand is supposed to be the symbol behind Tokiko. Do it again? Okay. Well, about bats 490.
Considering the fact that you are here, I assume it would be pointless to hide it. Indeed, I had my subordinates create that video. Bats 490 was an ARG, just a game, but there was a high-level encryption hiding a message within. We have been seeking high IQ individuals with the capability to decode it. The purpose was to recruit them into NICE.
So this QR video was made for the same reason?
I am aware of that video. I saw it on the news. However, it's completely unrelated to NICE. I assume someone made it with the intent to imitate Bats 490.
What do you think, Tama?
Hard to say on that alone.
It is. I mean, because it's true. Someone can imitate it. About Chikara.
Do you mean the man from Horodori Institute of Genetics?
So you do know him. I'm actually here because of a tip I got from him.
Chikara is under arrest?
No, he was just released earlier. We didn't have enough evidence to keep him detained.
I see.
She seems relieved. About your relationship with Chikara.
Chikara is a former member of NICE, though this was over 20 years ago. When he left us, he became an avid believer in the Order of Percent.
Order of Percent?
It's an organization that split off from NICE. You could say they are a sect. The Order of Percent is a religious sect, whereas we are an ideological society. Despite our common roots, we are heading in completely different directions.
Then how did Chikara know that Nyes created Bats 490?
I wouldn't know about that. Perhaps he asked an acquaintance from NICE. By the way, would you mind if I asked you a question?
What is it?
Are you perhaps a Freyer?
Freyer?
Yeah, Freyer? Frey. I thought I heard that somewhere before. It was on the thing inside the body. It said Frey for free.
I am asking the person within you.
What?
I will ask you one more time. Are you a Freyer?
A Freyer? No. Are you a Freyer? I'm asking the person inside you. I don't even know what that means. So I'm gonna say no.
I see. Then I must have been mistaken.
What is a Freyer? Frey. Right. I remember now.
It was written on that sign.
Frey to free.
Yeah, Frey the free.
Frey can mean fight, but it can also mean to wear out or tear.
Remember what Tokiko said. Their ultimate goal is to break down this world and emancipate its people.
Miss Shigure, are you sure Nyes didn't make the QR video?
We did not.
But the word Frey was written on that sign in the QR code.
We of NICE are only involved in Bats 490, which we created half a year ago. We are not the ones who created the QR video. The word Frey being displayed on that sign must be a coincidence.
That can't be just a coincidence.
Yeah.
Oh, but it can. After all, we are living in nothing but a simulation. A false world created by a program. And such programs always have some glitches lurking under the surface. We call such glitches seams. Coincidences like this are a manifestation of such glitches. Proof of imperfection. Proof of the seams. The appearance of Jin's corpse is also likely to be an example of such phenomenon.
What?
Okay.
Are you familiar with the Philadelphia experiment?
It's a top-secret military experiment that's said to have taken place in the American city of Philadelphia on October 28, 1943. A powerful electromagnetic wave was fired towards the USS Eldridge, a destroyer-class warship. Supposedly, the reason for doing this was to conceal the ship from showing up on radar. But as soon as the experiment began, something strange happened. The Eldridge was enshrouded in a greenish mist, then vanished. Afterward, it appeared at a military port in Norfolk, nearly 200 miles away from the shipyard in Philadelphia. Sometime later, it reappeared in its original position again.
Huh?
So you're saying it
teleported?
Well, it's nothing but an urban legend. Just an occult story with low credibility.
I relayed Thomas' story
Yes,
directly.
Exactly. However, the story doesn't end there. When the USS Eldridge returned to Philadelphia, there were several sailors on board, but some of them had melted like a rotten banana, while others ended up with their bodies entirely burned and blackened. Others were said to have merged with the steel hull, their bodies having become a piece of the ship. Does that sound familiar?
You mean Jin? Are you saying his right half teleported here?
It isn't impossible. If a seam was torn, that is.
Impossible.
Okay. Yoyagi Park. Yoyagi Park. February 11th, 10:05.
You like this park, don't you, Ryuki?
I feel calm when I'm around nature. It's like I can feel the buzz inside me quieting down. Tama, what do you think about what Tokiko said earlier? Is something like teleportation really possible?
Hey, come on. I told you the Philadelphia experiment is just an urban legend.
How else can you explain what happened with Jin? We can't deny that his right half suddenly appeared out of nowhere.
Jeez. Then why don't we find out for ourselves?
What do you mean? You want to go to the studio right now?
No need. Just close your eyes.
My eyes?
Just do it!
Okay.
Did she just pull out a whip? Out of nowhere? Okay, we're at the studio.
What the? Did we teleport here?
Are you serious?
We're in Studio de Vita, aren't we?
It just seems that way. We're not actually there. Last night, I scanned every nook and cranny of the scene. What you're looking at now is what I replicated using that data.
Wow. It's like I'm actually there. The corpse looks so real.
Want me to put a mosaic over it?
Uncensored is fine.
Now, less digressing and more investigating. Your objective is to solve the mystery behind the sudden appearance of Jin's right half.
All right, let's start looking around.
Virtual reality activation. Okay. Interesting. Oh, this is cool. Well, we are going to have to investigate this